You got me trapped inside this spell. Now I feel it. Now I feel it. Your demons drag me close to hell. I can feel it.
Getting stronger every day. Keep on pushing through the pain. Keep on running till we die. Ain't no mercy in this life. There's nowhere left to run away. No, there's nowhere left to run away, run away, run away, run away, run away, run
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the SQ1 League. I'm Dara Drexelmenko, and joining me is Marcus Veras Sampson. We have some very exciting games ahead of us today. Lions Creed versus Resolved is our first on the bill, and Veras, they're looking very inconsistent, and I think it's almost safe to say that they're not quite middle of the pack just yet.
Yeah, not just yet. And when you're looking at things, how they're panning out, going 1-1 in a week is not what you want. Like, Resolve needs to be getting these 2 weeks to start standing up to stronger teams if they want to be considered one of the top 3 teams.
And I think it's more on the onus is on Lions Creed to step up in this game as well today, since as you saw on your screen just a second ago, Lions Creed are 0-4, whereas Resolve, they are sitting at that tie for third place at 2-2. And even though we did say they're not really a middle of the pack team, it's because judging on strength of schedule so far, I feel like as if they're not really getting the wins that they necessarily should be getting at this early stage.
Yeah, I feel like that's a correct assumption. There's some games what you feel like they should have definitely won, and dropping games on the way up is definitely something you don't want to do because it's just showing your weakness to other teams. But on the other hand, we have Alliance Creed, which just came in with 4 different players looking to change things up, looking to bounce back entirely. They're keeping Rusty Sniper in the lineup because they feel like he was doing okay. And I mean, today's going to be their main test.
It definitely is, and I think it's fine to leave Rusty Sniper on your roster. I feel like if he wasn't necessarily the weak point of the old roster, but I mean, expectations are quite low at this point. It sounds kind of flamey, but when you're sitting at 0 and 4, you can't get much worse, so you can only really get better. So I'm hoping for Lions Creed's sake that they will start to pick up some wins going into this week, maybe even go 2-0. Bit early to say, but we are into Champion Select for our first game of the day, Lions Creed versus Resolved.
And I think what you iterated to just a second ago about Lions Creed, the expectations not being so high just means that they can try new things, try these things to try see where they can find their strengths in their team. So it's definitely a good move on their half, and I'm hoping to see if it pays off or not.
Well, the first couple of bands coming through, Vladimir and Soraka, followed by the Kindred. So pinching a little bit different on either side and different champion pools as well. So Vladimir taken away from the middle lane. Supportive Pantheon or laning Pantheon also taken off the board.
So we get rid of SQ1's Kryptonite, and that is Vladimir. We see him so often in SQ1. He just seems to be such a staple point.
Yeah.
Getting him off the table and getting rid of that support Pantheon. The only reason I'm saying it's support is because the support that's most played is actually just Pantheon, and it's Pantheon bot lane. And he's got an absurd win rate with it. So just get it off the table. Just play against something you're more comfortable against, not something a bit cheesy like the Pantheon.
And it's seeing a lot more use in pro play in that support position. We saw it last night, I think, over in the LCS, pick up support Pantheon. So good to see that taken off the board, especially when it is that flexible sort of pick that can go top lane, it can go jungle, mid, even if you want to go kind of crazy with it. But Volibear getting locked in.
That's an interesting one.
I'm kind of surprised it made it through the draft.
I think Volibear's strong, but I do think there's stronger first picks on the table. There's still the likes of Syndra up there, and you're opting for the Volley, which Volley is strong. But I do feel like he does have strong counters on the board. So it's going to be interesting to see where they throw this Volley. Obviously, choices between mainly top and jungle, but some people are trying to play about with him support. But
I knew you were just about to say support.
Yeah.
Not something that I am keen on seeing.
Neither myself, but more than likely top jungle. But on the other side, coming out with a Lulu and a Ornn. We haven't seen Ornn in a hot moment, so seeing him back in his lineup is interesting. And again, it's still Ornn. He can go top or mid here.
He definitely can, and we're just waiting for the 80 carries to be locked in here from either side. Looks like it will be a support Zyra, but they're hovering the Sylas. Now, Sylas jungle? Sylas mid?
Oh, this is an interesting one, because if I'm correct, this... What, sorry? Read?
Okay. I mean, I expected it in kind of in the first rotation, the Teemo. Well, not the Teemo, the Aphelios. But that's what Teemo is, so...
So Teemo pick is Aphelios here. It's just a placeholder. But what I was going to say, before I got confused by that, Sylas will be going top lane. Reason being, Sylas is commonly picked into Ornn. Basically, you always go for the Ornn, and it's just so beneficial for you. It's an easy matchup for you where you can actually survive really well, get to your items, and you will see it's commonly in the high levels of play. Like, this has been commonly played in LCK recently. Yeah,
LCK are quite used to all these weird picks, and Sylas not really seen a lot of play apart from over in the LCK. I think it's kind of a niche pick for them, but taking away some of the more AD carries now that they have locked in their own for Resolve, Ezreal, as well as that Varus in the first rotation, and MF now is the final ban.
I can't help but feel like this is already an early slip up by Lions Creed not picking the AD carry in the first rotation, with them pinching all the better AD carries off the table. All the ones which I'd consider tier 1 are mostly taken off the table. There's still a few good picks lying around, but it's not going to be as strong as an Aphelios, as an Ezreal, as a Varus.
But where do you go? Where do you default to with your AD carry with all these power picks taken away? What do you pick into the Aphelios? You still have the Callista.
The thing what I would have done, if they didn't pick support, Syndra would have been a good option. Pair the Syndra up with something like a Fresh so you can play hyper aggressive. But that's completely out of the question because Syndra Zyra bot lane with also a Sylas, you're just tunneling into too much AP. So it wouldn't be the best of choices.
Just hovering through some of these bot lane picks. Aphelios there as well. Were they told that the team was Aphelios? Really hope they don't lock this in.
So the Amumu is Lee Sin here. And so we're going to see an aggressive jungle out Razor. I expect nothing less. This guy is a mastermind in the jungle. When he plays on an aggressive jungler, he will send you to the other side of the map. He'll make you play how he wants to play. So I love seeing this.
Yeah, early game jungler that can dictate the pace of the game. Exactly what we want to see from Rosara. Well, we do see the Xayah locked in, paired up with that Zyra in the bottom lane. So Xayah and Zyra will be an exceedingly fun thing to cast during a team fight. Just wait for the final pick to be locked in for Lions Creed. It will be the Galio.
Interesting pick for sure. I don't really like
roaming mid laner.
Don't really like the bot lane pick overall because I feel like Xayah, she does way better when she's got someone to engage with. She does better when she's got someone just to stand in front of her so she can place feathers. Zyra's not that person. Although you can put out very high damage and just abuse people with Zyra, you're not going to have the strongest lane in here. And I feel like that might come back to bite them. Or if they play to how they want to play Lions Creed, if they want to play aggressive, that's just going to mean that Razor is just going to sit in the spot lane.
But on the other side, you have, other side of the coin, I should say, you have the Galio for engage, the Volibear for engage, the Sylas for engage. So when you do get out of that laning phase, or if you have a high gank percentage from the Volibear, then you can actually have that front line to allow for you to get the feathers down, like you alluded to.
Yeah, that is true also. And there is a lot of potential with this team comp, what they have. They have a lot of wombo potential, especially with the Sylas having some very, very good ults on the table for him to steal. And then the dive potential with the Volibear Galio combination can be very volatile. I'm excited to see if they can pull it off. It's not easy, of course, because there's a bit of a delay on the Galio ult, and also you need to get the pressure in the mid lane to even do so. So if they can do that, obviously this is very high potential for Lions Creed, and it's an aggressive team comp. I like what they're doing because they need to pull something special out to beat a team like Resolve, but at the same point, like we talked about, Resolve still need to prove themselves a little bit more for us.
Yeah, they definitely do. They need to get their first win of the split, but I do like the comp that they picked up, especially when it's easier to tower dive when you can just completely negate the tower damage by jumping in with your Volibear, just using the ultimate just to stop the tower in its tracks. I'm just going to run through this draft real quick and then make our way into the game. But Ornn into Sylas, you said that the Sylas loves this matchup. You like to just play out the laning phase, get your cooldowns, get your first couple of items. Then do you start rotating? Do you start trying to get pressure in the mid lane or one of the other lanes?
Pretty much, like, all you want to do is survive lane here. Like, you're not looking to fight the Ornn. You don't care to fight the Ornn, basically. You're just getting your CDR items, like you mentioned. Once you've got your CDR items, that's when you can fight Ornn, and you will heavily win against this matchup. And then, as soon as you've got CDR items, exactly what you said. You take the Ornn ult, you go mid lane. You rinse and repeat every time. Every time you can take it, you take Ornn ult, go mid lane. Take Lee Sin ult, go mid lane. And the Lee Sin ult actually synergizes really well with Sylas because as soon as you hit the second part of his chain, you can actually flash behind and kick as well. So you have very good potential for ultimates in this game.
Yeah, I'm just waiting to see that insect from the Silas, and then we'll be like, wait, what just happened there? And then realize that it was the Silas kicking the Lee Sin or kicking one of the squishies like the Corki back into the team. And who better to knock the Corki back into the waiting arms of Dear Volibear?
Indeed. And I feel like this is going to be a press the attack Volibear, is the one what we've seen to way higher success. We've obviously seen Conqueror a fair bit, and some have tried Predator, but I really don't like that. I think PTA is still the best option.
Yeah, you
wants to get
lose a
these.
lot of your power when you go Predator.
Yeah, I agree. But the scary thing on the board overall is this mid lane matchup is very, very scary for Lions Creed. One of the OG counters to Galio, and it's always been there. Every time you pick Galio or Zir, you see Corki. And Corki has been more prevalent by the weeks go by. You go into Mana Moon into the Trinity Force, and you scale into a monster so fast. And this is one of his easy matchups.
So it feels like if it's all on the top jungle duo from Lions Creed to really carry the game. Because you were saying in the bottom lane, it's not really a synergistic sort of bottom lane with the Zyra and the Xayah, because they kind of want to do two different things. And then you're also into the Phelios Lulu, who really synergize well.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And I feel like they've picked an aggressive top jungle anyway to make it work. But we also might have just got a little bamboozle on the board because they have just swapped very last minute. So Volibear looks like he's going top, and the Silas is going into the jungle into Lee Sin.
Still have a few more seconds, I think, ticking down until we get the final locks. But it does look like, as you said, Volibear top lane into the Ornn. Is it a better matchup? Do you prefer this?
I think it's okay. I don't think it's anything special, and I still like the Silas better into the top, but maybe they're more comfortable this way around. Maybe they have practiced this way a lot more, and the top laner is more comfortable on the Volibear. So I prefer it the other way around, personally.
It is the other way around, it looks. It's Silas with TP and then Volibear with Smite, according to what I'm seeing on my screen.
Ah.
Is this confirmed, Reed? Okay.
Okay, this is interesting.
No, I mean, it has to be jungle if he's playing Smite, unless Silas is playing with Smite as well and going jungle. So maybe true.
Right.
So Jez and True Rambo have.
I've just got the information.
Roles.
Yeah, they have swap roles for this game. I just got information through, so they actually they just swapped. Top wants to play jungle, and jungle wants to play top, so they are swapping roles in this game.
Did they just decide in draft, or like, actually, I'm kind of getting a jungle itch. Can I play jungle, please?
Feels like it, and I don't think Resolve are the best people to try this against.
No,
just because
probably not.
I think Rizora is one of the strongest junglers in this league.
Yeah.
And you're going to try your top lane against one of the potential best junglers in the league? It's very questionable, but who knows? This could pay off for them. They need to try something ballsy, and they're coming all out with it. And let's take a quick look at our summoners while we're here.
Double exhaust for the bottom lane, then heal and ignite. What do you think of the ignite into this particular matchup? Because I feel like if the Zyra isn't gonna quite get close enough to really use it.
It's kind of a case of they aren't gonna get closer to use it, but they need to at the same point. If they want to fight this bot lane at all, they have to
fight this bot lane.
This is Lions Creed. They need to pull out something special. Like I said, I don't think the bot lane synergizes well, but if they want to play aggressive and if they want to push anything onto this bot lane, they need the Ignite to actually trade so they can deny the healing from both the Lulu ult, Athene's when Lulu gets it, and the heal in general. And honestly, they need to try something, like we said. The exhaust on Xayah, I like this because Xayah is quite short range. You do actually get quite a good benefit out of this. but it's the mid lane I'm mainly looking at.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a rough one for this Galio. He has opted in for the heal, so that he has a little bit more sustain in lane. And then on the other side, Jackal opting in for the cleanse. So he knows that he is probably going to be the priority for this Volibear. And if he gets a taunt down onto him, he can just cleanse that away. But I'm just thinking if they just chain the CC well enough, then that cleanse, he'll have to be pretty quick with the flash straight afterwards to really try and get out.
Yeah, for sure. And still could even be a potential QSS. There is a lot of CC on the board. But I feel like the Galio could have just went TP here. The matchup's bad regardless, even if you do take heal. So you might as well get something to get back to lane faster. So you can stay relevant, and stay somewhat even on CS, because you're going to have to sacrifice some CS in this matchup regardless of how it goes. Because it's just ranged into melee. You will get bullied at some point. But once you get 1 or 2 items, well, even just 1 item actually, with Galio's Q max, you can just clear the back line for sure. And depending on what your first item is, should be Proto Belt, you'll be able to clear the wave quite casually.
Yeah, I was just about to say, you usually go for that Pro Belt. Do you go Rod of Ages in this matchup? Go for a little bit of extra scaling to try and match this Corki?
I wouldn't say so. Usually you will see the Proto Belt Leandris. That is more common for him now. But we're going to have to see how this pans out if he even gets enough gold to get towards there. And Proto Belt is a big spike for him.
Yeah.
And as soon as he gets that, that's when we need to see moves made by this Galio, because he's going to have a limited time window, especially against the likes of Corki.
Yeah, definitely going to be a rough one. So where are we expecting for both these junglers, the Volibear for Jez and Rosara on this Lee Sin? Where are we expecting the early priority from them? Because it feels like as if this Corki is just going to keep poking out the Galio in the mid lane, so maybe because it's so pushed up, it's not really going to have the opportunity for it to gank there. Do you gank the top lane, try and put this Silas behind, or is it just solely, we need to get Ronkus ahead, we need to try and snowball the Philios?
I think it's top lane, because if Rizora kills Silas even once, Silas is going to take so long to get towards his first item, and that's really going to put him down out of this lane, and it's going to make him even harder to survive against this Horn. So I feel like that's a really easy option, and even for both junglers, actually, just top is an easy option, because they're both going to be looking to get some priority. Ornn's going to be naturally pushing more. So again, that's an easy option for the Volibear there.
Well, we are on to the Rift for our first game of the day, Lions Creed versus Resolve. Lions Creed looking for their first win. Resolve wanting to get their third.
And we also see the Relic Shield come out from the Lulu. I'm really happy to see this. But on the other side, we have the Frostfang.
Definitely looking to get extra poke down from Lagan. It's kind of the poke bot lane here, even though Xayah isn't really known for having a huge amount of poke. Throws out the Q with her gleaming feathers, but not as good as something like the Varus or even to some extent the Ezreal.
Also, something to note, we have a spellbook Galio. So, it might be the reason why we're seeing the heal, so you can just keep that as his preferred summoner. And we might see some spicy summoners come out from this Galio this game. And I'm excited to see how he plays this, because it's not common you see spellbook Galio as much. You just see the basic Aftershock is just the go-to. But we're going to have to see how he wants to play this. But also a cull on the Corki. Corki just showing that he wants to farm, but also just poke at Galio when he can.
Yeah, and even in this early stage, down to half health with the Gatling gun, a couple of autos as well. But I do like this adaptation from Wolf, because it allows him to teleport back to lane later on, and just a little bit of training in the top side, but overall, quiet enough early stage. I say that as the Justice Punch comes through, and he'll just trade damage back, but decent laning so far from Wolf.
Yep, and Galio's base damages are no joke, so definitely something you can't underestimate, and especially the Justice Punch has very high base damage.
Definitely does, and it's deceptively large, I think, the damage from Galio, especially with the Winds of War, as it was buffed sometime in the last few patches, just to try and buff AP Galio.
So now it ticks 4 times instead of 3. It's generally what opts towards the Leandris as well, because that buffs up the amount of percentage of the damage because of the ticks. So it is really absurd when you actually get towards that item on Galio.
Both junglers towards the bottom side now as Lee Sin takes his blue buff. Just playing safe all these lanes. Bot lane just at the central part as the Lions Creed bot lane let it push up a little bit. Lee Sin just gonna take the bot skull. And it looks like Jez hasn't quite gotten the chance to take either of the skulls just yet, so at half health he'll just be wandering towards that part of the map.
And Volibear being very smart not to walk in towards that bot lane bush to go even further there, knowing that Lee Sin has a way healthier clear, especially early in the game.
But he is a little bit ahead on the Lee Sin experience-wise, as Lee Sin's looking to take the second skull towards the top side. Volibear lurking around mid lane, looking maybe make a gank happen onto the Corki, but he can just Valkyrie away. He's relatively safe in this lane.
Yeah, not really under much pressure there for anything really to happen. But the Volibear kind of sacrificing 2 scuttles is big, but at the same point, you know you can't win this fight 1v1 early. You know that you don't have the ideal pressure you want, especially early with having a Sylas top lane. So just waiting on these, just trying to farm up where they can and trying to stay relevant without falling behind too much.
But so far, this laning phase has been going a lot better for Wolf than I was really expecting it to. He's relatively even on CS. He's able to back off, pick up a Doran's Ring, and a Dark Seal for the extra use of his potions, which he actually didn't opt in to buy at all. He went for a Fairy Chime instead. So it's going a lot better than I was really expecting it to.
Yeah, and the Galio is just going full for the early game to try give him more sustain, more wave push as well. Getting the extra HP from extra Doran's Ring, and even the AP. And then going with Doxia, just going for sustain.
Sustain, sustain, sustain. As there's a little bit of trading as Graph comes down. Infernum is used as well as Exhaust goes down. Marcus had to get the heal from Levy there just to sustain himself, just to survive.
Yeah, the Ignite denied a lot of the healing there. And it looked like a pick onto the Zyra, and then the big turnaround with how many feathers was just sitting behind the Aphelios there.
Ooh, almost got him with the pullback of the feathers.
That almost
one more feather, he was dead.
That was almost so clean. I was looking at it, watching expectantly. I was like, is he going to do it? Is he going to do it? And he just gets away with his life.
Bit of a rough time in this top lane. True Rambo. Half the CS of his lane opponent, Jojo. Is this how the lane was kind of expected to be going?
It's expected to be going bad, but not this bad. This is definitely interesting to see how far Sylas is behind. It's nearly double CS for the Ornn now. Sylas is just getting kind of brutalized right now. He needs to try pick up a bit more gold where he can and try getting on the CS without losing too much.
Luckily, there's a decent amount of CS by that tower for him, so he'll be able to get a little bit back, but he is still at least 15 CS behind his lane opponent. So looking rough for him, as Jojo will just pick up some cloth armors in the lane with his Living Forge. Wolf taking a lot of damage in the middle lane. Throws out the Phosphorus Braum. Will not be able to connect with it.
Corki also opted towards his tier before working towards anything in his Trinity Force, which is a smart pickup here, just knowing that he wants to farm. And obviously he's just harassing when he can, but also focusing on getting them CS.
Yeah, Ton comes down with the Justice Punch, doing a lot of damage with the Winds of War. As Jez is caught out, but Rosara, he should be dead to rights here. First blood to the Volibear.
An interesting invade by Razora. Like, he looked to have the drop on the Volibear, but didn't expect the Sylas to come around first, but the Sylas was the one pushed in, so naturally the Sylas will already get there first.
And gives him an assist. It will help him out in that gold disparity towards that top side. It will help out Jez as well in the jungle. And It's exactly what we wanted from Lions Creed. We want this early advantage. It is only about a 400 gold lead for the team as a whole, but you are going to be ahead even more on Rosario. You have her ultimate before he has his. So you're looking good in this jungle matchup.
Yeah, for sure. And Volley's getting towards the point where he wants to get to. He can look to start getting towards his dive point. He is level 6. He just needs a bit of backup from this Galio. Also, it's interesting to see that Levi is opting towards Ardent instead of Athenes in this matchup, especially against a very volatile Zyra.
Yeah, definitely an interesting itemization choice there, but 8-minute mark, rotating towards this top side for the bottom lane of Resolve, so they can pick up this Rift Herald. We'll be able to use that to crack open the top or mid lane, or obviously the bottom lane as well, but generally we'll see a team use it towards this top or mid. Galio just there, just to spot out whether they're doing it or not, but Jez is caught out. He's just going to be smoted down. I was going to say smited, but should be taken out.
So much damage from the Corki already. He doesn't even have items.
He has a pickaxe. That's enough. It's
He has a
Corki.
pickaxe.
Wolf, you can't be going in here. The heal, he flashes forward. Monka S there from Monkus.
You gotta think, what was the thought process there? Because already when you've been chunked that low, you cannot walk forward again.
He used
And
both
because of
summoners just to walk back in to die.
And RSV capitalize on it.
Can't be giving up a free kill like that to an Aphelios. He has 200 years experience.
Jesus. You just did that. Right.
Yep.
So
10-minute first tower.
the game plan from Lions Creed now has drastically changed because they are put very far behind now with the amount of gold that Resolver just picked up. It's nearly a 2k difference. And it's getting to the point where they're starting to get bullied harder by their lane opponents. Felios picking up a kill, obviously. Corki working towards that Mana Moon. It's looking hard for Wolf, especially. After losing both of his summoners, it's going to be hard for him to actually make use of his ultimate.
It definitely will, and especially when there's no one you really want to be ulting, because at this point you shouldn't be fighting at any stage.
And they just need to work towards their items. They need to get at least 1 or 2 items before they look to doing anything right now, because they aren't in the driver's seat anymore. They are definitely behind. And it's just a case of trying to pick up gold, make a pick happen with your team.
Lee Sin might be caught out here, but Lulu is wandering up. She has her ultimate available if they want to go in on this. And Jez is feeling frisky here. Will not manage to find anything for his trouble, but lagging so low here with Infernum tagging onto him. He's going to face check this. Strangle Torrents comes out. Rusty Sniper picks up a kill, but Lagan should be dead to rights here. Rosario picks up the kill. He might give up his life, though, as he's ticking down with the Ignite. One more auto will finish him off as Jez picks up the kill, trading 2 for 1.
We talked about making picks happen.
Yeah, looking for even more here. Jackal just going to be poked out a decent amount to Rambo. Doesn't really have that much mana to speak of, but with that team fight win, they can pick up a second objective.
Getting a second objective and 2 kills there. Very nice pick for Lions Creators. Very questionable to why Runkus even face checked that push, knowing that he just seen him walk in that direction.
I don't know.
And he pays with his life, and because of this, Lions Creed are getting some gold on the board and slowly getting back into this game.
And we said that Lions Creed shouldn't be fighting at this stage of the game. But if you're gonna be given 2 kills on a silver platter like that, then just fight. Time and time again. You have a kill on your AD carry, you have another kill on your jungler, the Volley Bear, which is so good in the jungle and top role at this current point in the meta. You are happy to be getting that injection of gold, and they're looking for even more here as Rosario is looking to go in. Just completely cancels the Galio ultimate, looking for a second kill, and this is not what you want from Lions Creed. Will manage to get the flash away. He already uses ult, but he does not get out. The double kill for Rosario.
The chain CC was way too much for Lions Creed there. Galio not even coming off fully, so they didn't even get any real benefit out of it other than the small kill.
Rusty Sniper. Please do not go down here. Levy is now the target. He'll flash, but will not get the stun onto Levy. Levy will just about to Squiddy walk her way away. Ronkus is looking for it to go even more with the Infernum. Strangled Torrents will not connect onto anyone. Rusty Sniper has to get his way away as he gets the stun.
It definitely looked very volatile there. Rusty Sniper is up on CS now, but he actually lost out on so much there, and he doesn't have exhaust anytime soon, and Aphelios is very, very healthy.
Oh, nice amount of damage coming out from Lagan. We'll have to use the heal just to sustain Runkus. Jez towards his bottom side. And it's as you said, it's a very volatile bot lane. It can go either way at a moment's notice. It was so in favor of Resolve, but then a nice combo from Lagan completely turned it on its head.
Definitely looks scary from Lagan. The damage coming through already nearly nuked Aphelios on his own. Nearly. And then Lulu had to use the ultimate there to even save him.
Yeah. Ultimate combined with the heal was just enough. And this is what an Amptome and Sork shoes. Once you're starting to build up the AP on Lagan, maybe he'll be able to 1v1 Ronkus.
Yeah, this champion does get very scary later into the game, especially. You'll find this champion just out damaging most of your team just because her absurd damage from her plants. And we do see the Ardent is fully finished on this Lulu now. Are they going to look to make use of this?
Both junglers towards this bottom side now, looking to make something happen. We'll just butt out Rosara as the Q tags onto him.
Both junglers just knowing they're sort of both around the bot lane, so just showing his face just to be like, I'm here too. Nothing's going to happen. But this bot lane has been like the big talking point of this game. Both bot lanes have been looking to put aggression on each other, no matter what the items or gold is.
Jez? Yep, I thought something was going to happen there if Rosara managed to land a Sonic Wave. But yeah, it's definitely all around this bottom lane. Lee Sin has his 3 kills and it hasn't really been towards his bottom side, but the bottom side has been so volatile, anything could almost happen. And Rosara is here once again, teleport baited out, they managed to get that. They have to try and find something here just to make use of that teleport play, and they got nothing for it.
They got nothing indeed. Aphelios was on his own, and we had the Ornn ultimate on the Sylas. Missed opportunity. Sylas was cut off from the rest of the team. That could have been something Lions Creed could have capitalized on there.
They're starting to get further and further behind. Almost a 4,000 gold lead now for Resolve, but that is a kill in the back pocket now to Rusty Sniper. Levi just about getting his way out. And this is the dangerous combo. This is why the bot lane has been so volatile. The combo from Lagan combined with the damage from Rusty Sniper is just so much.
Yeah, the combination of roots have been synergizing so well together. And because of this, Zyra's plants have been able to get even more damage than they usually would down.
Just a call of Forge God from True Rambo there, making use of the ultimate before it went away. And we said in Champion Select that it's kind of a polarizing bot lane for Rusty Sniper and Lagan. But they seem to be on the same page. They seem to be going for the plays in a coordinated fashion, and it's showing in the fact that you have a 2-0-1 Xayah.
And the synergy seems to be there. They look stronger with this substitute coming in to the new main roster. Rusty Sniper and Lagan are definitely looking strong together. It looks like the synergy's there. They look more confident, and they're feeling the confidence right now.
Just waiting for the Galio ult play onto Rusty Sniper to get the combo down. It will be even more devastating with the ultimate from Lagan, but Levi is towards this middle lane, going to slow down Wolf as he gets his way away with the Proto Belt. Looking for to make something happen. If Rusty Sniper can get the root onto Jackal, that would be huge, but so much damage going to be returned onto him.
Zyra also is at her double pen mark. She has the Oblivion Orb with the Salt Boots. So she's definitely really strong right now, but Xayah has to go base after this play, after forcing out the package, but this mid lane tower might be going down.
Definitely could be, especially if you have the Chakrams from Ronkus, which I think he has waiting on his secondary weapon. Gonna get a little bit of damage down with Turambo, take a couple of tower shots as well. But this tower should be dead to rights here. As it goes down, they do manage to take the second Rift Herald, the heal just for the movement speed to get away from the taunt.
Definitely a scary predicament there, just wanting to avoid getting caught. But I don't think there was in too much danger, because in terms of follow-up, Xayah was quite far back from the Galliot. So it would have been a while before anyone even showed up after the taunt gone through, if anyone was caught by it.
I think if you allowed yourself to get taunted there, you had the backup of Rosara from the side. You had the backup of, well, you had the double taunt if you were caught there onto Levi and onto Ronkus, but that would have put you in a 3v3 situation if the Xayah managed to get in there at any stage. And I feel like Sif at this stage of the game, with the Aphelios, with the Lulu, with the Lee Sin, that you're okay to take these plays, and Turambo has no mana in this top side, so he should just die here. Nothing he can do to respond to this. Lee Sin picks up his 4th kill of the game.
It's just a big feels bash for him. He thought no one was there. He's just trying to clear the wave out, go to base. And then he's given a faster base by his life being taken away.
They're just doing him a favor as the Ignite goes down onto Levi. He'll just about survive. One more second of that ultimate, he was knocked up and dead.
Xayah really is actually getting this benefit of this Ignite. She's constantly been in range to do so, and nearly taking Levi's life because of it.
And it's just so different to how we pegged it in Champion Select, because we're expecting more aggressive plays from Resolve. We're expecting for them to put Lions Created on the back foot, which is why we criticized the Xayah pick, why we criticized the Ignite, as the Gravitum goes down onto both of them. Ultimate used by Rusty Sniper will dissuade the pick. But it's so different to how we pegged it because of how Resolve are playing, not necessarily how Lions Creed are playing.
Yeah, for sure. And I love to see this, to be honest. I want teams to be like, so you predicted this? Well, you're wrong. Make me look stupid. Prove me wrong. I love it. And the fact that Lions Creed bot lane have actually been playing really well this game, it's definitely happy to see. It's happy to see the team is showing a stronger side to themselves and looking a bit better.
Definitely stepping up from what we expected of Lions Creed going into this week. Even though they are 5,000 gold behind, they are looking better, they're looking sharper, they're looking like they have signs of life as compared to their 0-4 scoreline.
That is for sure. Right now, despite the gold, the fights have been very close overall as well.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing to note. Like, despite being 5k gold up, Lions Creed haven't looked too weak in terms of fights, but right now it's like Silas still needs to get towards his point where he is online, where he can actually start doing stuff. And the Ornn was really smart in this game very early on. He bought a Bramble Vest to even deny Silas the opportunity to even get any early fights on him.
Yeah, because healing is such a huge part of Silas's entire kit when he has the Kingslayer on his W. So the trades would be more superior if not for that Grievous Wounds from the Bramble Vest. But he's sitting on only, I think, 20% cooldown at this point with his Phoenix Codex and with his Protobelt. So he's looking forward to get that 40% CDR to really start to come online, and that will be in the next maybe 5-10 minutes at least.
Yeah, you'd hope it'd be sooner than later, otherwise it might be too little too late, because at the end of the day, these are very important dragons to be playing for, and this soul is absolutely absurd for both teams here.
It's just going to be started off. Lions Creed have to respond to this Rift Herald, and they will just give up the dragon. It's not Cloud Soul just yet. They're looking for the engage here onto Rusty Sniper. We'll get the knockup. He has the ultimate available if he needs to use it. Galio is going to come in with his own. Gets the knockup with the Call of the Forge God onto Jojo. No one goes down in that engage, but the objective goes over to ORSVA.
And this is what I mean. The fights are actually still so close despite the gold difference. Obviously, Lions Creed doing the smart thing, giving the dragon there. They have no vision control. They can't walk in there, and they want Silas to actually just get to a point where he's online, like we mentioned. And even then, nothing happened. Like, both teams got a few members low, and then they just backed off.
Yeah. didn't want to give up any unnecessary deaths to the enemy team on either side, really. So you're just playing for this scaling. And I'd like to point out the itemization choice for Jackal is that haunting guys towards the Leandries, as Lagan has to flash away. Get the Strangle Torns down, looking for to get a pick onto Rosara, but he will just kick him back with the Dragon's Rage. Looking for to go even deeper. Pop that Righteous Glory, but decides to back away.
That's an important cooldown to burn, but it's up in no time because Lee Sin has 30% CDR already, and you can even see in the right corner of our screen, it's already halfway back up.
Yeah. And that's what happens when you have some Cloud Drakes as well for the extra ultimate cooldown, as they're looking for a pick onto Jez. Just gonna tower dive this with the help of the Lulu. She has her ultimate available if they wanted to go even deeper, but they know that Wolf and the Rusty Sniper is nearby. Gets the taunt down, in comes the teleport as well. They're looking for it to make a team fight happen. Ozara gonna try and get his way away, and we just see nothing now. We're gonna go into the perfect view here as Rampage comes through for Rosara. Gonna get the pick onto Jez. Rambo should be burning down. He will go down eventually to Ronkus. I think that's the red buff burning him away. 2 flashes burn just to chase Lagan down. The double kill for the Corki. They're going to pick up the Baron.
They are going to pick up the Baron, and Lions Creed couldn't even get into that fight properly. They were also split off. It looked good when Wolf dropped the TP in, came in on the flank, caught the Lee Sin, but there was no follow-up in time. Because of this, Resolve were the ones to answer first. And even Xayah barely even got in this fight. And Xayah has been most of the damage other than the Zyra.
And it feels bad for Lions Creed when you just can't get the damage that you have off. And you lost 4 members and the Baron in that ensuing team fight. And it's just, if we go back to our regular view so we can have a look at the gold, it should show that they have even more gold in favor of Resolve at this point. There should be about maybe 2,500, 3,000 gold difference now. And yeah, there it is in the gold graph.
There it is indeed, and it's only going to be a matter of time before this dragon comes up, and this is everything to play for Lions Creed. They might even have to give away the soul, which is really scary to play against.
Just gonna steal away the red buff there.
And to note, Corki has Trinity Fusion now, the upgraded version of Trinity Force. It is such a good upgrade. And
Did you look up the name?
No. I've played too much top lane in my life. I've been forced to play Ornn in too many games. And knowing that that's just one of the best items you can upgrade if your members are running a Trinity Force.
And then you have the Molten Edge there for Ronkus. So even more gold extra in the pocket, well, gold worth in the pocket of Resolve here. 10,000 gold difference now between the two teams at the 26-minute mark, and it is looking pretty dire for Lions Creed. They can't even be under their own tower as Ronkus gets knocked up. He's going to be dead to rights here. Shutdown gold goes over to the 80 carry. Looking for it to get Levi as well. They will manage to pick him off, but it's just a bandage on a gaping wound that just cannot be stopped. And Jez going to be able to get his way away, but you're 3 versus 5. Jez, why are you going back in? You're just going to go down if you do that. Jackal now the target. This taunt goes down onto 2. Rusty Sniper picks up the first kill. It actually goes over to the Zyra. They're going to pick off Rosara as well. He's going to try and get his way away. One more attack will do it from Rusty Sniper. Can he find it? Dodges away with the fancy feet. Looking for it to chase him down. Call the Forge God. I don't think we'll reach far enough, and we'll get the knockup, but it's coming out from the Call of the Forge God of Jojo, so they gotta get the double kill back.
Rosara just living with a sliver of health there. The Triumph coming through just in time. It looked good for Lions Creed, and then it just became an overchase game, and because they overchased, they will lose this soul.
Still need one more Drake for the soul, I'm afraid, but it will allow them even more ultimate cooldowns. So you can just keep kicking as Rosara, keep calling the Forge God, and keep using that Moonlight Vigil as Ronkus. So Okay, I'm gonna ask you a really difficult question at this point, and I'm not sure you'll have an answer. But
Okay.
if you're Lion's Creed, what can you conceivably do to stall out the game to try and come back into it? Is there anything you can do?
Fnatic Death Rush.
But you
And
can't go into your own jungle. Look at all the wards.
Yeah. The hardest part is, like, you need a third sweeper on your team here. Like, Galio has to drop his trinket just for a sweeper to actually take more control of the map, because it's absolutely littered with wards. And you see him just waiting and
Oh, Rusty Sniper, this isn't your jungle anymore. You aren't able to go in there against a 3-item Corki. 3.5 items. You are lucky to survive, my friend.
And here's a replay of the fight. We see Xayah getting out so much damage, living just. Runkus getting caught again, like, for the third time this game, and also catching out the Lulu. Here's perfect. This is you back off, you're happy with this. Even with the Corki putting down damage, you leave, you're happy. That's the perfect case. But instead, they commit for more. This looks good. They get the Corki. But at this point, after you killed the Corki, that is all you can do. It looks like you can get the Lee Sin, but it's too much to keep chasing it into blind vision.
Yeah.
And you over chase, you're still chasing, you're still chasing, you're still chasing. And it's just like...
And now here comes the Ornn.
Yeah, you've wasted too much time chasing that they've been able to react. And you lose more than you gained in the end. And it's just a very questionable chase, for sure. When it looks so good for Lion's Creed, getting them few picks. I have to say, though, Resolve has been picked off a fair few times this game where you really shouldn't be dropping gold, and they have. And I've got to think, against a stronger team like Black Lion or Sparks, you won't be getting away with this.
Definitely would have finished off the game by now, I think, with such a vast gold difference. And if you chalk up, if you add up the gold difference, adding in the ornaments as well, there is such a huge gold lead for Resolve at this point. You add maybe 4,000 or 5,000 extra gold to that 10,000 gold lead. So we're talking about a 15,000 gold lead right now for Resolve. It is looking so one-sided at this point.
It is indeed. And even look at Aphelios' items. Ronkus has been forced to build really defensive because he's been getting caught again and again. He definitely needs to work on his position in terms of this game, because he has been the main member getting caught from Resolve, and they're looking for his Baron, but Lion's Creed are around.
Beautiful toggle of vision there, Reed, by the way. Beautifully well done. Really just shows the blanket of vision coverage in favor of Resolve as they go on to Rosera. Call of the Forge God will come through from True Rambo, but they just cannot fight and engage. Yeah, looking to go in. Will he use it? The answer should be an emphatic yes, as Rusty Sniper looking for the stun down onto Jackal. The exhaust goes down onto him as he picks up the first kill of the fight. Looking for the double, he will manage to find it, and that is the ace right there with the quadra kill for the Corki. Now 6, 1, and 4. That is the game. 17-7. Nothing you can do as Lion's Creed to stop your base from crumbling right here, right now. And they move to 0 and 5 as Resolve moved to 3 and 2.
And as soon as you heard that package coming in, you knew it was pretty much game over at that point, because it was such a good position for this Corki, and he got such a big chunk damage onto Rusty Sniper, who was the main member of Lion's Creed putting out damage. Him out the fight pretty much means GG. Really good performance by Jackal.
Definitely is. I think it was definitely a good performance from the entirety of Resolve, even though the bot lane was a little more even, or even I think a bit more favored for Lion's Creed than we were really expecting. Oh, the damage. Reed,
indeed.
you did them dirty. That, oh man. Look, 4,000, 3,000. Volibear Silas.
Yeah, it really didn't show up. Them swapping the laners around didn't really
I
work.
think they did it for fun.
Maybe. It didn't really work for them in the end, but I feel like also unsung hero for Resolve. Jojo played fights really, really well in general. He was constantly zoning out the backline, and he got a few really good ults off this game. And they did play well, but they definitely need to clean up a few mistakes if they want to contest the bigger teams.
Just gonna look at this replay again from that last fight, which closed out the game with the quadra kill for the Corki.
And just all that damage coming out onto the Galio early just sets up this play. They start chasing in hard again, and it's a case of chasing too deep. And then Corki's here. The rest of the team are running around to react. Look at this chunk damage come through from Corki. Zaya's out of the fight entirely. And then the reply from Corki straight to the back line. They can't finish him off because they don't have enough damage. Corki just cleans up everyone.
I think you can report Jojo there for taking the pentakill away. I think he got the kill onto the Zaya who flashed over the wall. Someone flashed over the wall. It would have been Silas. Yeah.
And
so
also the wild growth onto the Ornn there was a really smart decision because it knocked up multiple members.
Yeah.
Really good usage there.
Definitely a strong performance from Resolve. They're definitely looking strong and cementing themselves in that central part of our pack. Going into the start of this week is the first game of the week. So they might still be tied for third when we end the week, but definitely a strong performance coming out from them. But we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we'll have Glorious Gaming versus Split Raiders. Don't go anywhere. Oh, we have an interview. Okay, cool. We have an interview, then Split Raiders and Glorious Game.
One day of my life, let's color it outside the lines. So bright, brighter than the rainbow. One night that we live tonight, let's ride till we're out of sight. So far, so they never fade down our halo. Oh, let it go. Oh, let it go.
Okay, I'm here with Resolve's Jackal after a decisive win over Lions Creed. Jackal, did you have a good time?
Yeah, I mean, it was all right.
Okay, how's the team experience been on Resolved Academy so far in Square One?
It's been pretty good. We had some ups and downs. We did have some hiccups in our first games, but I think we can start to pick it up now that we found our main gameplay direction.
Yeah, it's always good to get into your groove as a team. It can always get bumpy after the honeymoon phase, and getting over that bit is always a key part. Do you enjoy the Corki Galio lane? Is that something something you particularly enjoy? Colstar, always a great fun.
Yeah, I don't mind bullying my opponents. It's kind of fun, actually. Starting Cull was also nice, so yeah, I don't know much. There's not much to say about that matchup except they were kind of screwed because the main combo of Galio Volibear is just flashing, stunning you, and taunting you, of course, but I just went cleanse. And that kind of stops it.
That combined with the Valkyrie are so good at escaping away. Is there a dynamic from like maybe in-game comms or something fans of Resolved haven't seen before that you want to share?
I think it's pretty standard overall. We just out of game, we just meme around. In game, it's support jungle, and then later in the game, AD carry and mid lane comes in. So I don't think there's anything extraordinary there.
Well, good to know that the sort of standard comms are working out for you. I'm going to sort of cap it off with a bit of a question for JoJo fans. Why is JoJo so handsome, and do you guys always force him to pick Ornn or Malphite?
Usually it does go on Ornn or Malphite, but he's just handsome because he was born that way. I don't know how he does it, but
All right, you heard it here first. Jojo, blessed with the best genes. All right. Anything else you want to say, Jackal?
No, I mean, thanks to all the fans in the chat, I guess, because I saw a few. And good games to the opposing team. Lions Creed did their best. I think their draft fell a little short, but they didn't perform too poorly.
Okay. Commiserations, Lion Creed. Congratulations, Resolve Academy. Good luck to both teams as they progress through this season. That's all from me. I think we're going to cut to a break. Don't touch that browser. We'll be back for the next game real soon.
One day of my life, let's color it outside the lines. So bright, brighter than the rainbow. One night that we live tonight, let's ride till we're out of sight. So far, so they never fade down our halo. Oh, let it go. Oh, let it go. One moon to inspire these lines, one love to ignite our hearts, one song we'll be singing out loud. Oh, there's no stairway to the sky, but I believe it is a trap. We'll fly, fly so I know they can't make us calm down. Oh, let it go. Oh, let it go. I got enough of every melody, they all sound the same. Yeah. For my broken heart, no remedy, but maybe if you stay, we can get away with it. 'Cause you make me love my imperfections, answer all my questions, just to show me what's on the other side of inhibition. No apologies, my baby. I do you do 'cause I'm feeling so good. Ooh. I do you do 'cause I'm feeling so good. Ooh. Oh, my darkest memories, now let me fall back. Would you be there, ready to rescue me if I go out of track? You can get away with it. 'Cause you make me love my imperfections, answer all my questions, just to show me what's on the other side of inhibition. No apologies, my baby. I do you do 'cause I'm feeling so good. What's on the other side of inhibition? Ooh, I do you do 'cause I'm feeling so cool.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to SQ1 League. I'm still Darxel, I'm still here with Varus, and we have our second game of the day, Glorious Gaming versus Split Raiders. Split Raiders were our spring split champions. They want to continue their form and show us that they are just as good as they once were. They're sitting at 2-2, so are Glorious Gaming, so it's a battle of third place.
So it's definitely going to be two heads butting together. It's going to be an interesting battle because both teams aren't looking the greatest. They're looking both very shaky.
Yeah.
But it's definitely going to determine who's third place. It's going to determine a lot of how this league could even turn out. Because right now, it looks like there's two very strong teams. And then there's such a mid-card battle going on right now that we don't know who could be third. There's so many dark horses in there.
And whoever wins this will also be tied for, I think it's second place, or tied at 3-2 at least, with Resolve after that last win that they just got. But first ban will be the Phelios. Good to see that taken off the board. A lot of 80 carries prioritized that pick. And then on the other side, the Jack's taken away.
Yeah, the Jack's taken away from Lolus. He is a very strong Jax player. He has a similar pull to how Nazgul used to play. And I don't want to reference Nazgul too much because they are different people at the end of the day. I don't want to keep saying, oh, but he did this, he did that. But they do play a very similar style. They both like the carry champions. And just taking Jax off the board, just denying some of his pull there.
And they've taken the Graves off the board as well, targeting the jungle role of the most powerful, at least a lot of people say, one of the most powerful junglers at the moment, and taking away a couple of supports on the side of Split Raiders, taking away the Karma, which has a bit of flexibility, so does the Soraka to some extent.
So the Karma is definitely a strong pick to take away. Karma has been picked up way more and more and more over the days coming by, and she has seen so much play in the high levels as well. So it's not really a surprise to see her banned, especially with teams willing to play her into top, mid, or even bot lane. So it's just so much flexibility and just getting it off the table.
One that wasn't taken off the board is the Varus, and that will be instantly locked in from Split Raiders. And I'm kind of surprised that they let that through the draft. It's something that we don't see very often actually let through because of the versatility of the build path. You can go with the lethality for poke Varus, or you can go attack speed on hit Varus for the extra team fighting, tank shredding sort of team fight power. But then on the other side, you let through the Volibear that has flexibility of its own.
Yeah, so a very good trade so far. Split Raiders sort of got the strongest AD carry because the Ezreal and Ophelos taken off the table. So the trifecta, the last one left, is the Varus, the triangle there. And as a reply, we get the Volibear and the Ashe, actually. The Ashe is an interesting one. We haven't seen her for a while. She's still a strong pick. She's very good in terms of laning. So you're trying to match laning with the Varus, but the Varus is probably going to end up going poke to start off with. Maybe it might change in terms of draft, but some definitely good pick potential from GG already.
Yeah, you can have a bit of poke from the Ashe, but the only thing that really synergizes with the Ashe in my mind, like the first thing I think of when I see an Ashe locked in is MF locked in, because that's how rarely we see the Ashe actually picked, because there's so many better champions, but the two better champions are taken off the board: the Aphelios, the Varus, and the Ezreal that Varus obviously picked up for Split Raiders, and then you have the Morgana paired up with that Varus. That's a lot of poke in the bottom lane.
It's definitely a smart pickup to take the Morgana here, just denying the pick potential from the Ashe, and even denying it to the rest of the team. So if the Morg is getting around the map really well, she can make a lot of things happen. I like the pick in general, because if you do go for poke Varus, it just means whoever is binded is pretty much straight up dead.
Yeah. And even if you're going the attack speed on hit Varus, you're still going to pump out a decent amount of damage. That's why it's such a powerful pick, and instant lock-in of the Bard support.
Bard's Surgeons has been so fun to watch. Like, he's been strong for such a long time, but we've never really seen him in the high tiers of play. We haven't even seen him in pro play before that. Like, we've seen him in glimpses. We've seen him like the odd game. Now we're actually
Someone like Afro Moo would pick him up.
Yeah, which isn't the greatest thing to see. Now we're seeing it consistently picked, and it's so fun to watch. It's so fun to watch his support constantly roam, be an annoyance for the enemy team, roam into the jungle, and I really want to see how GG are going to play this, because they have a Roman support with sort of lane dominant AD carry, but on the other side, Split Raiders do have the stronger AD carry, so maybe Ashe is just going to be left to farm in this lane, while Bod is going to try and make plays around the map.
I'm just waiting to see the Temper Fate from the Bard, from Nya, see how crucial that ult can be. It can turn the tide of a team fight or of an objective contest just completely on its head. And the last few bans starting to come through, targeting the mid lane from the side of Split Raiders, and then the jungle role from the side of Glorious Gaming.
Also, at the end of the day, you can only Black Shield one person.
It's true.
So if they play the Tempered Fate first, baits out the Black Shield, and then Ashe Arrow comes in, GG might be onto something here.
First one, then the other. Get the nice chain of CC. You also have the Volibear for extra CC as well, but they lock in the Ziggs. Something we've seen a lot of resurgence for, but usually into the Aphelios bottom lane.
They're saying, you want to play poke? We'll play poke as well, and busted out the Ziggs. It's been a while since we've seen a Ziggs. Like you said, it's started to see a little bit of resurgence, starting to come out a little bit more. And it's in a bad matchup. He's just going to sit and farm in this lane. So bodes him quite well. He's going to try pushing the Cassio, try get a chip damage on the tower as much as he can, and it just makes their siege that much more deadly from Glorious Gaming.
I'm just waiting to be told that that's a proxy pick.
Yeah,
for the Annie. It's not a proxy pick, apparently, according to production. It's Ornn. Yeah. Okay, that makes so much more sense.
Yeah, Annie is Ornn.
Unless it was like Cassiopeia top or something. I'm surprised we saw the Ornn come back through.
Yeah, it's 2 games in a row now, Ornn. So it's surprising that we've seen a little bit of a resurgence from Ornn as well, because we sort of iterated a bit more away from the tanky top laners, and things did change up for quite a while. But we see the Ornn back in here. We've also the Olaf. I really like how well rounded Split Raiders roster is right now with their picks. So the answer on the other side is the Trundle. So that's a Volibear top lane this time.
Unless you want to go Trundle top lane or something weird, but yeah, it will be the Volibear top lane. But that means it's Ornn into Volibear, and then we have Trundle into the Olaf. It's matchups that we see quite regularly, but which does it favor?
I do think it favors the Ornn for at least the first quadrant of the game, because Ornn's base damages are too high for Volibear to deal with, whereas Volley needs a little bit more to get on the table. He needs to work towards his items, and depending on how he's going to build, obviously. So we've seen a very big mix of builds. A lot of the time you see Volibear start Doran's Ring, and I favor this as well, mainly because his E shield actually does an absurd amount of damage if you drop that on someone, and it pair it up with some extra AP, especially starting early, that will buff only your passive and your E. So it's quite a solid start to always go Doran's Ring, but it's not going to do you much in terms of ever fighting Ornn, especially in the early game.
And both kind of early junglers. Trundle not as much as the Olaf. Olaf kind of has a better clear and better kind of lane presence, I guess you could call it. But then the Trundle on the other side, you're playing into an Ornn, you're playing into an Olaf, you have your subjugate, so you can steal all of these tanky stats, and it can be crucial in a team fight or even in the 1v1.
It's definitely going to be crucial. And it's going to be if he can get to the right target, though. Because walking through Split Raiders' team is no easy option. They have a very good front-to-back comp. And honestly, you can go poke Varus for free here, just for the fact that you have consistent damage coming through from this Cassiopeia. You can actually get away with going poke Varus, even with these two tanky members on the side of Glorious Gaming.
Especially when you're into really squishy bottom laners, like the Ashe, like the Bard. So if you do go with that lethality Varus, poke Varus, as a lot of people call it, you can start one-shotting this Ashe, one-shotting this Bard, and get the snowball going there. And then since you have such a diverse diverse amount of damage coming from your team, then, because as you mentioned, the Cassiopeia, and then you have just the true damage and the extra AD damage from the Ornn, it's good to have that versatility of damage.
It is indeed, and it's going to be the hard thing for Glorious Gaming to deal with. Despite them having some poke of their own, it's not going to be as volatile as the Varus arrow coming through, but they do have a lot of pick potential, and that's what we're going to be waiting to see, how they're going to organize their dives and their picks, because they have a lot of CC heat they can combo together.
And we see a lot of teams kind of play around that CC, and when you have such a low mobility AD carry, such as the Varus, such as the Ashe, when you only have your ultimate to really engage or disengage, it can be quite pivotal around these CC chains. But it feels like Sif's a little bit easier to execute the team comp from Split Raiders.
Yeah, I definitely agree on that statement, and this is why I said earlier I like Split Raiders comp. It is so well rounded. You have everything you need. You got disengage, you got front to back, you have scaling, you have early game as well in terms of the bot lane, and even the Ornn. Sorry, I feel like it's just a really smart draft and really well done by the coach of Split Raiders. So at the same point, I can't just sell it all to one team. That'd be too easy.
You're not biased. I thought that was part of the starting interview for the SQ1.
That'd be too easy. From Glorious Gaming, we have seen really, really strong performances from Dan Styles, and he has been one of the main carries of Glorious Gaming so far. He's been the one to put the team on his back, and he has looked very consistent. He is a very strong laner. You rarely get him caught out of position, so killing the Ziggs is going to be a mission and a half. And with good positioning like Dan Styles, he can delay the game as long as he needs to for his team to get back into this.
But can he delay the game long enough? Is there a point in this game where you're just like, okay, Glorious Gaming will start to outscale. Glorious Game will start to do better because you have the Ornn on the other side. Yes, your Olaf will start to fall off. He'll just be kind of the CC absorption bot that we know and love because of his Ragnarok. But then you have Varus, who will just start to deal so much damage, especially when your Bard and Ashe and Ziggs aren't going to be building a huge amount of armor. And then you have the Cassiopeia, which is a mad late game scaler.
So an option for Glorious Gaming is they can get to a point where Bashtard can actually just split push here. He can get to a point where he can start 1v1 in Lowless. It will take a while, but around 2 or 3 items, he can start taking fights with him more consistently. And that could also be an option because the Ziggs can also assist from not even moving too far from the mid lane to just throw his ultimate to assist and help him on the side lane.
And what I like about the Ziggs pickup, along with that kind of cross-map, not quite global, but semi-global ult that he has, as you mentioned, what I like is that he has such tower-taking potential with his package, with his satchel charge, I should say, rather than package, because we had a Corki last game, which had the package. But when you can just execute a tower at 25% health, and then you can roam to other parts of the map and use that satchel charge as well to execute these towers, you have, especially in the early stages of the game where pre-14 minutes you have all of these tower plates to take. If you can take these tower plates in the middle lane, then rotate to the bottom lane, get tower plates there, rotate to the top lane, get tower plates there. If you can shove in the lane hard enough, maybe with the help of your jungler, then you can start to snowball the lead of the team in general by getting all this extra gold.
Yeah, and that's a very good point to pick up on. Like, Ziggs' tower take potential is huge. And not only to mention his also passive auto attack, which does so much extra damage to these structures. If they are able to execute this, able to enable the Ziggs to move around the map, collecting these plates, giving his team even more gold, that can be a huge, huge win condition for Glorious Gaming because that is so much gold coming through from tower plates.
So, which team do you prefer? Not on strength of the roster, but strength of their team compositions. Who do you think will come out with the win of this game?
I still prefer Split Raiders team comp overall. Like I said, I feel like it just has everything. It has consistent engage from Varus and Ornn. So it's 2 very strong engages. You have disengage from the Cassiopeia, Miasma, the Ornn ultimate as well, the Varus ult as well, even Morgana. She could even sacrifice an ult. Like, there's so much consistency in terms of their champions synergizing with each other. And that's why I like their comp a bit better. Whereas you look at Glorious Gaming in terms of their engage, it's not very consistent. You have a Volibear who's going to jump into 5 people, and that's a Cassiopeia you're jumping into, my friend. Like, you're going to last seconds. So no matter how tanky you are, you'll get bursted pretty quickly. So, and then the other engage is either Ash Arrow or Bard Temporal Fate. Again, easily nullified by the side of...
Easily missed as well.
Yeah, easily missed as well. Yeah, like, it's not consistent engage. This is what I mean. Like, I just don't see the consistency of the champions on the side of Glorious Gaming compared to Split Raiders.
Yeah, I'm just expecting for the Miasma to be thrown down by Flamey as Bashtard try and run his way in, and then he's just like, right, okay, I just got completely grounded, slowed down, can't do anything, even with a Righteous Glory pop, and wouldn't really want to see the Righteous Glory on Bashtard until maybe 3rd, 4th item at least, so it's going to be pretty hard to execute from GG.
You don't see it come through much on the top lane in terms of Volibear. You'll see more of like the Trinity Force into Sunfire, depending on how they want to build. You'll even see Wit's End commonly built on top lane Volibear. Not as a 1st or 2nd, usually as a 3rd or 4th, but there's quite a big amount of versatility you can do with this top lane Volibear.
A lot that you can do from all of these champions in the game. It looks like it will be Poke Varus for Electric God since he has opted in with that Comet rune choice. And same for Bonakai, actually. We are on to the rift for our second game. It is Glorious Gaming versus Split Raiders.
And also to note, Bonakai comes through with Exhaust. We have seen Exhaust taken a lot more over Ignite recently. And I do actually like it. I like Exhaust in general. And people are starting to understand how strong it is, because it's even taken on the high levels of play over Ignite quite consistently.
definitely help to slow down the pace of the bottom lane, and might even bait out the cleanse from Checker DC.
Because also a thing you can do here with Morgana taking exhaust, she can just walk up exhaust someone to set up the binding.
Yeah.
And that is just very, very easy to do. And not only that, you don't even have to bind. You can exhaust into Morgana ult or into Varus ult, then into binding. You have so much potential to just change stuff because you have taken exhaust in this bot lane.
And even though you have a cleanse on Checker DC as well, if you cleanse too early, if you can get the chain CC, quite literally actually from Electric God, because as you mentioned, you have the ult from both of the bottom laners, then you have the binding from Bonakai. If you can hit one, then hit another after Checker DC has cleansed, with this poke Varus, you're just going to start one-shotting the poor Ashe.
Exactly that, and Checker DC has shown that he does get caught a fair few times in games, so we need to see if he can position a little better in this game, see if he can get in the right places for where his team needs him, and also, I don't look like an idiot because Volibear has actually gone Doran's Ring like I mentioned, so my point stands.
And he's doing pretty well, poking
look at
out
that damage.
Lolis with the E. I mean, to be fair, Lolis has opted in with just the refillable.
Yeah, you do
He
commonly
just spent
see
150 gold.
you do see this on the Ornn. You will go refillable, and then later on you will build the Doran Shield or a Ruby Crystal, depending on how you want to go with this.
There's
Because you
Doran's
still have,
shield.
yep, just denying the poke out there.
Prediction God.
Yeah. Well, it's just a common trick you do on Ornn. Like, they take the refillable so they can constantly have a refillable potion on them instead of just going straight corrupting.
Gives you a lot of extra gold, 350 extra gold for to play around with. Gives him that early Doran's shield. His bot lane for STR is just going to be pushed in, but Checker DC has used up most of his mana and almost all of his health. He's down to half health. Bonakai looking for a Dark Binding, can't quite find it just yet, but does have the Bard Relic Shrines there at the back just to be sure to heal up.
They're really trying to burn out the Guardian. It's what they're looking for. You see them trying to proc it every time they can get it, but Bard has actually been denying it really well because knowing that as soon as the Guardian goes down, that's when you can start to be even more aggressive and say, right, we can look for this now.
Bashtari put down a lot of hurt onto Lolis, but he'll just absorb it. A lot of damage going to be traded back thanks to the minion wave being there, so it's just a little bit of a wet noodle fight on the top side as both junglers are on the bot and top side respectively.
And Lolis has been playing really smart around this wave in every trade, and that's why he's came out on top every single time. And mid lane,
yeah, Twin Fangs just gonna poke him out, make him flash away. He has to get the hell out of dodge. Lolis, spider senses seem to be tingling, but Macalara will just be backing away.
And the funny thing we heard in the background there, we heard the sound effect of Flamey spam pinging Dan Styles' flash, saying, yo, we can get this guy now. Ziggs has no flash. He is gank potential. Definitely looking towards plays in this mid lane.
Yeah, he will have to back off here, reset, need to get the mana back up, get the health back up, but the only way that he can get out now in the next 3.5, 4 minutes is through his satchel charge. Just knock himself back, and once you're grounded with the miasma from Flamey, you just can't do that.
Very much so, and in the bot lane, sort of a CS difference already. Electric God is starting to build up a bit more CS, kind of expected in a lane where you're expecting to be pushed in. And Ashe, obviously having a Doran shield, is kind of denying her some CS because she's not able to last hit him as easily.
Well, Split Raiders did manage to pick up the first Drake of the game, the Ocean Drake, so it'll be a Cloud Infernal or a Mountain Soul for this game. We'll just have to wait another 10 minutes or so to find out what it will be. It'll actually be, because the next Drake will be an Infernal Drake, it'll be a Mountain or a Cloud Soul. Either team will be happy to have that in their back pocket.
Kind of a big sad that it's not an Ocean Soul because both teams would fight to do death for this item. So
I think they'll just fight to the death anyway.
well, yeah, obviously, but I mean, when you've got
over the soul.
two teams with two tanks will actually love Ocean Soul, like Olaf especially, it's really fun to watch teams fight over this dragon, especially because it's just highly contested, and I still think it is the best dragon in the game.
Definitely quite potent, quite powerful as the reset comes through for the GG bottom lane. Eking out a little bit of a gold lead for Electric God now as he picks up his Serrated Dirk, so definitely opting in for that poke fire sort build. So just I'm waiting for the one shots, especially as the Ashe has opted in for more scaling, picking up that Tear of the Goddess building towards that Mana Moon.
Yeah, the Mana Moon is interesting to see come through here, but it has reached a lot more popularization, and it just pretty much just seems that you can build Mana Moon on whoever you want at this point.
Pretty much, but Bastard going in as the Call of Forge God comes out, will flash away, not gonna hit the knock. Bastard in a lot of trouble. The Ashe will pick up first blood with the help of the top laner. Bastard picks that up for himself, and it's just right place, right time. Early rotation from the bottom lane as Flamey's gonna trade in the middle lane. Yeah, gonna get poked out with the Twin Fangs as the Miasma comes down onto Dan Styles. Gonna poke him out with the Twin Fangs as well. So far, just the gold in favor of GG. Actually, the kill in favor of GG, but gold slightly in favor of STR.
Definitely, and Flamey is looking very confident, but Dan Styles...
he flashes over the wall just to chase at him, doesn't care if Folk Macalar is there. Saint Su picks up his first kill of the game, as the Dark Binding will go wide onto Bastard. But look at the tower dive this, it seems, as the tower aggro goes over onto Bonakai. Bastard should be dead to rights here, just gonna hit him with the Denting Blows and take him out. Saint Su's second kill of the game. STR are here to play.
STR making a big set of plays across the board there. Denying the Ziggs his blue buff, killing him as well, and then instantly rotated to that bot lane for a dive. Killing Ziggs is huge here because not only is he denied the blue buff, he is denied so much CS in the mid lane. Cassio gets a free recall. She is now 77 CS to Ziggs 61. And Flamey is looking very confident so far in his Cassiopeia.
Yeah, he's definitely playing confidently, definitely playing far up as far as he can be. But with that rotation from the bottom side of Glorious Gaming, they can pick up this Rift Herald, and looks like Saint Su wants to try and contest this, level 6 to level 5, so he has the superior smite. Flamey is also there, has to put them away. Petrifying Gaze is only onto 2 here, as the ground come through from the Miasma. Folk Macalar is so low. Blue team managed to steal it away. Bad play there, unfortunate play, I should say, from Glorious Gaming. They'll trade 1 for 1 and pick up the Eye of the Herald.
Both junglers dropping down here, but Spit Raiders coming out on top, picking up the Herald. So they got the objective they were after, and only lose 1 member for it.
They also burn the cleanse from Dan Styles there. He was chain CC'd by Flamey and Bonakai, so he had to get the hell out of dodge. As Bonakai is just going to rotate around up towards this top side of the map, try and get some tower plates with the Electric God.
We get a replay of the Rift Herald now. You see him trapped in the pit. Petrifying Engage was pretty big, getting 2 members, but then she is hit by the Tempered Fate, which actually denies Spit Raiders confidently winning this fight, actually. Because I feel like Cassiopeia, being in that fight, she would kill pretty much everyone there, because she's already stunned 2 people up. Pretty free for her just to stack her poison, and then just using her fangs.
And with the Magical Journey from Enya as well, allowed them to get away. If they weren't playing Bard, then Chakudisi would have to burn the Flash to get over the wall, and same for Dan Styles. So both of them, the 2 squishy sort of carries of GG, would be so vulnerable to being ganked, to being picked off. And like for to get a pick onto Dan Styles and Folk Macalar here as the top lane, or should I say the bottom lane, are going to make their way out. Ice Pillar comes through, will not manage to hit the undertow there. Giant Mega Inferno Bomb will come through as well, as Enya is off to the side, so is their top laner, and he goes Ragnarok and rolling through the team. He is so low here. Saint Su will pick up the first kill of the fight, as Electric God will pick up 1 as well. It looked like it could have been turned around by Glorious Gaming there, but they were so on the back foot, they just couldn't turn it back.
And not only that, they were so split across the board. And this fight was even without Ornn. And Split Raiders took it quite confidently after the Mega Inferno bomb dropped down.
They get the tower in the bottom side as well. Shelly looks like she's going to get a bop onto this tier 2 tower as well. Yep, that's taken to almost 2/3 of its life gone. We'll pick up this Infernal Drake as well, almost an Infernal Soul. Nothing they can do to try and contest it on the side of GG, and that'll bring the gold gap up to 3,500 gold at the 11-minute mark.
And it's 5-2, and we are getting a Mountain Soul in this game, which again, these tanking members will like, but it isn't the best soul. It's generally overlooked because there's just better, in my opinion. And a lot of teams seem to sort of agree on this because they don't favor it as heavily. They'll tend to leave it if they can and use it as just a bait to fight people.
Bashed. Look at the damage of the Twin Fangs already. He doesn't even have the Archangel Staff completed. I mean, he has the Archangel Staff, doesn't have the Seraph's Embrace completed. Still poking him out. No magic resist picked up by Bashtard because he's playing into an Ornn, so didn't really need it. Wasn't really expecting Flamey towards this top side.
And Flamey looking for a round 2.
But Mackler has to push out the wave here. He cannot afford to give up tower plates so easily, and it looks like another tower plate will go over to Flamey, give him even more gold in his back pocket. 103 score line, and he is 600 gold above Dan Styles at this point. 1,000 gold difference between the AD carries as well, and 1,000 gold, 1,500 gold between the junglers.
We've also seen these. Oh,
Yeah,
great
nice
binding,
pick.
connecting.
Can they get the follow-up, though? Goes onto the Bard instead. He has the Magical Journey. I think he could have gone onto the Ashe and maybe picked her off if he landed the Q, but looks like they kind of had a split decision there from the side of Split Raiders, ironically.
We've seen a lot of this bushwhacking today in both our first game and this game, and it seems like people are not learning from it right now, and it seems to be working pretty well. People getting chunked out or either picked off.
And it feels a lot more coordinated from Split Raiders in this game so far, as Chika DC takes a lot of damage there as the E goes down from Bashtard, but they just seem more coordinated, they're playing more heads up than what Glorious Gaming are doing.
It seems like that. It seems like right now Glorious Gaming, not too sure what they want to do. They look a bit lost at the moment.
Yeah.
But at the same point, they know they're at an item disadvantage. They know they're in a place where if they take a fight, they will consistently lose it without a doubt. Like, they need to get a pick. And talking of a pick,
Almost got the pick onto Bastard, just managed to leap away with the ultimate. Bringing the storm! He just gets hit with the piercing arrow. Deceptively large damage with his Umbral Glaive. Zolus caught out. Ice Pillar will slow him down, but he's pretty tanky. Just needs the Morgana to rotate over and doesn't even need that. Foot Mackler knew that the rotation was going to be brought in. So I had to back away.
so Volibear is still not that tanky at the moment, so Varus just absolutely shreds him. And Volibear even used his ultimate, which is a very, very long cooldown. It's actually kind of sad how long the cooldown is, but for how much utility it provides, it's understandable.
Mm-hmm.
But a huge cooldown being burnt, Varus picking up a kill. Pretty huge pick for Split Raiders, and Ash Arrow is off the board right now, so
Cleanse will get rid of the Chains of Corruption there, but the Volibear playing from behind feels so rough. It feels like as if you almost aren't a champion because some of the good parts of your kit you need to be ahead to really utilize, like that ultimate where you can stop towers from auto-attacking. You're not really going to be tower diving if you're 1 and 3 when you're just about even on CS and your team is 5,000 gold behind. You're not going to be doing that, so that's your ultimate just used to get out.
So far, a loser of this week has just been Volibear as a champion. Volibear hasn't really seen a great performance yet, and it's starting to continue this trend. So maybe we should just default back to Wukong, guys.
But if you pick up Wukong, they'll pick up the Volibear, and the Volibear will actually win. Electric God will have to use his cleanse even with the Black Shield. Bankai has to flash away, but he does not get away on time. Will be hit with the Mega Inferno Bomb just to pick him off, and yeah, taking a lot of damage there from Electric God just from a Q. 12 seconds until the Drake spawns. Saintsu off to the side, has the flash if he wants to go into the pit to contest.
I hate to drop this on you, though, but the Wukong Volibear matchup is kind of a skill matchup, so you see it 50-50, and look at 50-50, they're looking for a fight, but it's
Enya has to flash away, will get the magical journey, but he's just gonna be whacked in the head with the reckless swing from Saintsu. Looks like Flamey's gonna start off onto this Drake, looking for the poke. They have the Fanatic Death Brush there off to the side as Den Styles poked out to within an inch of his life, and they just have to give up this objective.
Yeah, not really a lot they could do. They was getting pincered in, and then the board, yeah, getting caught out of position. It's looking scary for GG because Spit Raiders are just forcing.
Might need to flash over the wall, but actually has to go away. Ragnarok to get himself to safety. Look at the collapse though. Lawless, I should say, gets the flash out Bastard.
And this has been the story of this game. Look at Spit Raiders' rotations. They have constantly been reacting with almost the entire team to most plays. Every time they go for invade, the team is starting to come around and move towards this Olaf. It seems like their communication must be on point because they are moving together all the time like this.
Look at the tower dive this as well as the Miasma goes down onto Enya. He has to get his way away with the magical journey. We'll give up this tower though, and they will be able to clear away the wave and look for even more damage onto this tier 2.
Yeah, and just pressuring down more and more, denying any gold from Glorious Game and trying to pressure them out of their jungle entirely.
And that Volibear Wukong matchup that we alluded to earlier on that we were kind of discussing, the reason why I favored Volibear in that matchup is because every single game I've casted, every single game I've watched of the Volibear Wukong has been so Volibear favored. It has been a 0-4, 0-5, 0-6 Wukong that just can't do anything into this Volibear, and it just seems like everyone just doesn't know how to play that matchup, doesn't know how to play the Wukong into the Volibear.
I think it's a case of, like, if you take early trades with Volibear, especially, you will hard lose that. And Wukong, its current build path, which is the most popular one, is the Trinity Force into Death Dance.
Back in Dan Styles playing so aggressive here, but the chain CC is good. Can they find the pick? Flamey uses his Seraph's Embrace just as shield as some fake comes through. Will still go down to the poison damage. Flamey just about surviving, will be healing up a lot. He will eventually go down to shut down gold, goes over to Folk Mackillard. They have to try and get their way away as Electric God looking for the Chains of Corruption will not find it because the flash away. They do get the flash out of the jungler and pick up 2 kills.
And the best part is this is still absolutely worth it because Flamey getting a 1v2 there is absolutely huge when he is out of position after running down Dan Styles. Such a actually big play from Flamey, which secures Split Raiders more pressure on the map, even with this Rift Herald coming into this bot lane.
Should be able to get the last boop on the tower needed just to take out this tier 2 and check a DC towards this middle lane. Gonna try and respond to the pressure being exerted by the Electric God. He has a little bit of wave clear, but needs to back up the rest of his team, so the rest are just gonna make their way towards the middle lane. And it just feels like GG are slowly bleeding out in this game. They're dancing to the beat that STR are really making here. That they're just responsive rather than proactive, I think is the best way to say it.
Yeah, definitely, and I would agree. It seems like Spit Raiders are determined in this game, and they're saying, you play this way because we told you to. And that's exactly what's been happening. Like, GG hasn't been the ones pulling the trigger. They haven't been the ones looking for picks. The Temporal Fates have been always defensive. Even in terms of Arash arrows, we have barely seen any.
And they're just going to duo this Baron as well. Just the rest of the team is holding GG in the middle lane. Smite comes down to secure the objective, and they're just like, wait, what? They duoed it? How could they do that? It's Olaf and it's a Cassiopeia. They should have tried to get some vision there, but it just was snuck out from underneath them. Destruction connects. Cleanse will come through just to stop it. Tempered Fate. Oh, you managed to land the Ash Arrow, but just so uncoordinated. We'll go golden by a little bit of time. We'll be able to flash away, but in comes Bastard. We'll find the kill thanks to Dan Styles. And looking to get onto Electric God. You don't have the attack speed on hit to try and respond to this. So trying to get the poke down onto the Bard in the backline as Checker DC is taken so low. This is a 2 versus 5. And they're still trading a lot of damage back. And they're just holding the middle lane.
Varus Arrow coming through, nearly collecting the Ash as well, but on the top side, Flamey is up here. And who's going to respond to Flamey? Who can stop Flamey? Right now, we've seen him 1v2, and now he's just got more items in his pocket.
Mountain Drake is going to spawn as the tier 2 on the top side goes down. Saints are going to clear away this vision, and the teleport is being challenged by Flamey because they want to contest this. They want to get over, and if they steal it, they did. They managed to steal it away. They get the Mounted Soul. This is GG for GG. That is 3 members dead. The double kill coming through for the Cassiopeia, looking to run the rest of the members of GG down. Checker DC comes back just to get the volley, to try and get the slow, to try and buy some time, some space to get back to the base. But this should be it. They can take all of these towers. They can spend the gold. They can TP back in with the help of Lolis. Or they could just end right here, right now. I don't think there's anything GT can do to try and respond to this push, even though they're coming back up.
Yeah, even though they are coming back up, Split Raiders look a lot stronger, and look at the item differences across the board.
Chain of Corruption manages to get away with the cleanse there, but go back away, reset, spend the gold like I alluded to. Gonna try and get away, but the Temper Fate catches onto the tree. Mega Inferno Bomb does little to no damage, only 1.5 items. They can take the fight here, they can take the win. They're gonna go onto Bastard here. He has to flash away from his own base. Piercing Arrow come through onto Checker DC as Bastard is gonna try and clear the wave, defend the tower in the bottom side. You have the Baron and Powered Wave to help them push. Dan Styles pierced through the heart with the Piercing Arrow. They're onto the Nexus towers, soon to be onto the Nexus. Get the knock up on the 2, looking for even more. Saints who picks up the first kill to fight. They're gonna trade one back, gets the double here now, looking for even more as he's rock and rolling through the team. Bastard taken so low, just about surviving thanks to the heal from the fountain. Gonna lose one tower onto the Nexus. Looks like they're gonna back away, just reset once again. This time they're gonna manage to do it.
They're looking to be relentless. GG are still looking to try stop the recalls, but they finally back off safely. I feel like GG should have just let Split Raiders recall the first time, because it benefits you more. Because you're just going to let this influx of gold come through this mid lane. You're going to collect more CS to actually make these fights be more potential towards yourself, where you can actually start taking stuff. Because there was that one fight in the mid lane where GG actually looked like it won convincingly.
Yeah.
Until they didn't, because they chased too hard again.
And you're trying to take these fights, they're desperate fights from GG. You are almost 12,000 gold behind. You can't go into your own jungle right now because that isn't your jungle anymore. You do not own it, especially in the bottom side, which is where Flamey was taking the blue buff. Yes, you have a little bit of vision established in your top side quadrant and your eastern quadrant, but you can't approach this. You just don't have the damage. You don't have the tanky stats available to try and contest any of these neutral objectives.
Yeah, and also, the thing we're not really seeing much of, this Mana Moon on Ashe,
Yeah.
it's only just converted now, and I'm really questioning picking up a tier in this game, especially against a team where, if you want to play scaling, it is very rough to do so, with Cassio just becoming an absolute unstoppable monster in the late game. And
the Saints are just solo killing Bastard, Flamey, now the target of Folk Macklemore, but they're going to tower dive this every day of the week. Missed the call of the Forge God as Temper Fate will just reset the tower aggro. Lolis playing beautifully there just to make sure Bonakai isn't the recipient of the tower shots. And look at the top side. Saintsu is just taking that top side tower. You have super minions onto your Nexus towers. You are bleeding out your base even in a 4 versus 5. nothing you
is
can
just
do.
walking
Flamey,
through the
just a
team.
god at this point. 6-1 and 6. Enya, get the magical journey to save Bastard. You don't want to go onto the mountain there. He's just gonna go back and forth, back and forth. Nothing he can do. He knows the game is dead to rights. Banakai goes golden. Just to buy a little bit of time. He will go down eventually. But you just feel like you're so powerful for STR at this point. Did they find a fight? Bastard looking for the pick onto Flamey. He should be going down, but no. Flamey just about surviving until just now when Dan Styles picks him up with the Mega Inferno Bomb. They can just let the Super Minions finish the base. STR pick up the win over Glorious Gaming.
And this is definitely a stronger version of STR now. They're looking more on the same page. And what a performance from Flamey. Like, honestly, I think Flamey is easy MVP candidate just from the plays he was making across the board, sitting in bushes, denying people even CS, constantly looking for these plays. And even that 1v2, even when he trades his life, is so worth it because the team got so much extra out of it. And yeah, like we said, Split Raiders just looking more complete, rotating as a team and just going for every play together. And they look a lot better.
I think it's not as clean cut as that because, I mean, going off of the damage charts here, Electric God did so much damage with this Varus. It is kind of disgusting. But Saintsu did his job and he did it extremely well. He went 7-1 and 6. He had all of the Drakes taken himself. They managed to steal away I think a Rift Herald at one point, and even though Electric God went 2-0-9, his scoreline doesn't speak to how much work he did in that game. I think everyone on the side of Split Raiders just played so well, and it silences some questions that we had about Split Raiders, about how strong this Split Raiders is as compared to last Split, but also raises questions about Glorious Gaming because it just seems so convincing from Split Raiders there.
Yeah, definitely look convincing. And this is the team that was 2-2 before this. Both teams are 2-2. And this is the 1v2 play we talked about. Flamey just running down Dan Styles, even missing Petrifying Gaze, but it doesn't matter. And then absolutely destroying the Ash. And Tempered Fate actually saved him for longer. So Ash is such an impressive play by Flamey. And then the rest of the team arrived, but nothing else really happened after that point. But back to what you said. Electric God did perform really well. Like this bot lane of Bonnet-Kai and Electric God are consistent, and that's one of the things you can always count on. They don't have to carry a game, but they'll always be relevant. That is what Split Raiders bot lane has always been like, and they've always been so reliable.
And Lolas absorbing all of this pressure towards the top side as well. We saw Vote Mackler there several times, and he just couldn't manage to get anything for the amount of time that he spent towards that top side. He just tried again and again, but Lolas like, you know what, I'm just gonna back away, just play this safe. He knows the matchup quite well. From the way he was playing it, he seemed to know the matchup quite well. And it just, there was no purchase available in this game for GG. Reed, is our interview ready? Yeah, okay. We're just gonna go immediately to our interview before we go to a break for our third game.
Yo. Oh, we are live with an interview with Flamey, the mid laner for Split Raiders. Flamey, was that a fun game to play?
Yeah, definitely.
It looked like a fun game from our perspective. So your Petrifying Gaze was key to stealing the Herald and setting up that sort of rolling snowball that never really stopped. What was the call in the comms like at the time?
Just our main plan was to kill them all, but since we were a little bit late and they were rushing to get the Herald, we just we wanted at the same time to kill them and get the Herald. I think like the ult was good. I think we weren't really expecting to get the Herald as well because our jungler died meanwhile, but it turned out very good for us.
Hey, can't argue with that at all. Was it more or less hype than Saintsu blasting over the wall and securing Mountain Soul?
I think it was definitely the Mountain Soul. Like it reincarnated our Spark for the Vela from last split, so he's like a better version of him, or maybe worse. I don't know. It's for the chat to decide. Kappa.
All right. Do share your opinions in Twitch chat. We are watching. Is Volibear a real champion or just a collection of base stats?
I think he's actually pretty decent. I think like we didn't have the opportunity in this game to see him in his full potential, but I think he can be very viable at the moment in this patch.
Okay. All right. And finally, to cap off, what's the deal with you and Vladimir? There's something going on here.
Yeah, I think the whole league is miming me for the Vlad pick. Like they're all saying I'm a Vlad one trick. I think this game, like Vlad was open, and I just didn't want to pick him just to prove a point. I mean, that doesn't mean I won't pick him in the future if it's open, but just proving a point there.
All right, you heard it here first, folks. Not a Vladimir one trick. We're going to kick it over to a break. Don't go anywhere. Game 3 will be starting in about 10 minutes.
Prepare for trouble.
And make it double.
To protect rather, Twitch chat from devastation.
To cast all teams within the SQ1 nation.
Initialize.
Nymera.
A duo shouting you from the speed of light.
Tune in now or prepare to fight. SQ1, that's right. Hello, we're Initialize, we're Nymera. We're here to cast games 3 and 4 today.
We are indeed here to cast games 3 and 4. It is a pleasure to be here for the first time. The SQ1 cast. I'm of course Initialize. I'm joined by Nymera, which has been over that, but we've got a couple of interesting games to come up. First and foremost, it'll be Resolve Academy versus Glorious Game, I believe.
Yes, it is. So Glorious Gaming have headed over to that blue side. Resolve will be on the red. Did manage to catch those games earlier today. I believe Glorious Gaming now sat at 2 and 3, and Resolve now at 3 and 2. Resolve now taking command of that third place in the standings. Glorious Gaming looking to catch up.
They are. It's going to be an interesting one to see. Of course, these guys are kind of very tight in the standings. We've just been over, so this is a big deal for both squads. Of course, we have started to see some bans coming through in this matchup. Of course, it will be the Lulu out for Glorious Gaming. I'm looking at the Soraka ban from Resolve.
So obviously we've seen this quite a lot through today. Not seeing so many AD carry bans because the S tier bracket of these AD carries is so populated right now. We're seeing a lot more handshakes. We sometimes see the Varus ban, and of course in that last game, we saw what a Varus can do when he takes control of a game, but often we won't see the Ezreal and the Kalista and the Varus and the Aphelios ban because there's just too many to get rid of.
Too much to focus on. Got to kind of make sure you're picking the right angle in this draft phase, and it will be that Kindred, Lee Sin, that sort of jungle focus there from Glorious Gaming, whereas it is those double high priority support picks, and of course the Aphelios, who is so damn strong right now.
And of course, you'll notice there's no Yuumi. It's patch 10.13. Yuumi with that huge nerf to her E, turns to the mana cost, is kind of taken her out of contention for that top place support. I think Karma is probably the strongest support in the game now, and of course that's been banned away. Left for the first pick, Glorious Gaming will see what they really want to prioritize. It is still going to be that Ezreal, but without the Yuumi and without the Karma on the table, I want to see what they pair this up with, because those priority lane duos are kind of now not available for Glorious Gaming.
It's certainly an interesting conversation to have. Is there any ones you're kind of got your eyes on? Bard comes to mind as another pick that's pretty high up on the priority for supports right now.
Bard's definitely up there if you can play it, and yeah, of course, did play in that last game too. That was the Ashe Bard. It didn't really end up getting to that point in the game where they could just push out all that damage with the Manamune Ashe, which was nice to see some innovation from the side there, but of course it just snowballed too early against them. We're going to see a Volibear coming out from one of these SQ1 teams. It can be jungle, can be top lane. We've seen it in both roles today. In fact, got to see where that flex pick will go. We know the power of flex picks in these drafts.
Now with the Senna locked in as well, there's a bit of room for that Volibear to be thrown down bot, potentially. We know what Senna does in terms of flexibility for picks, so maybe that's a three-way flex.
No, now you mention it, that's definitely something which can happen. Senna is in this very awkward spot right now where you really want a comp to play around with her because she lacks that same consistent damage that other AD carries do have, and that means you can struggle to take down champions like Ornn, which has been locked in from Glorious Gaming. Having that Ornn available for that disengage, engage options, strong laning phase, and of course being able to give that upgraded item to your one carry in this Ezreal so far, it's pretty scary looking down at this from the side of Resolve.
It is. That's definitely looking a bit terrifying now with the Rek'Sai locked in as well as a kind of bash bro to join the Ornn going in a little bit. I kind of like that. Foodmakalot does like to play a little bit aggressive in their jungler, so having that option there with the Rek'Sai with the early playmaking and unusual gank paths makes sense to me.
And the thing about Rek'Sai, which it screams to me, is that Rek'Sai has this X factor of the Tremor Sense, where you get to track out junglers in a way that other junglers can't. And when you've got a heavy clear, high burst, high scaling, high dueling champion like Graves, keeping track of him is very, very important. So for me, I'm going to have to look at Foodmakalot and see, okay, what are you doing in terms of communication with your team? I liked how Glorious Gaming coordinated in their game that just went by. They rotated well for that first Herald. The good news kind of stopped there, but there are threads to pull. There are threads to pull.
Well, a decent early game that kind of fell apart a little bit later on into it. We'll see whether they can right it in this particular game. Of course, Resolve had a slightly easier matchup perhaps versus Lions Creed, their sort of first game of the day. But this is still going to be a bit of a test, and perhaps they come in with a pretty good option here with the Grave Senna Volibear. I like that as a trio that they've locked in already.
Yeah, and Resolve took some bad fights versus Lions Creed. It wasn't
They did.
all one
That's
way,
fair
but they
to say.
responded to the skirmishes well. And that's a big thing for me because that's your fundamentals. That's your fundamentals as a team cohesion. You want to see these group of players mesh together and understand that they're on the same page and understand what plays are available to be made. So if they manage to continue through that into this game with the Graves and the Senarol and the Volibear being able to run at them, I think that bodes well for them.
Okay, well, we'll see whether that boding is actually going to play out in game, of course. We've got the last of these bands coming through, Glorious Gaming running it down, but do eventually pick up the Oriana to join the TF band they went for. And it's Yuumi and Victor that were Resolved's last bands there, even with the nerfs. Yuumi's still pretty powerful, especially as an enabling pick with something like an Ezreal.
Yeah. You're left wondering what's going to be picked in that bot lane. I'd imagine it's going to be something like a Nautilus. They're lacking that secondary engage option. When you only have one engaged champion, things tend to fall apart a little bit because all you have to do is watch out for that ability. Say if it's just a Gragas Cask or something like that, something which is very telegraphed, or a Leona or an Alistar, right? If there's nothing else to back it up, then you can get very one-dimensional and you can be played around very effectively. Now you have the Rakan locked in. Of course, the Wukong, we'll talk about that in a second for the other side. It means you now have more things you've got to keep your eyes on. You're not quite so safe, not quite so composed.
Okay, so that safety is perhaps a bit of an illusion. Yeah, hovering the fiddlesticks here. I kind of doubt it, but we've seen a bit of flexibility around the fiddlesticks, and I would enjoy seeing it, I have to say. Instead, they go towards the Diana, join the dive combo of the Rakan, the Rek'Sai, the Ornn. It'll be an interesting combo for sure. Now Resolve have got their last pick to kind of play around with.
Interesting. That's the word you use. Of all the words available to you, that's the one. It's piqued your interest. For me, I'd call it explosive, bombastic.
There we go.
I'd like to go towards all these different kinds of adjectives. I can do that. I've been writing down my vocabulary, so I don't have to use interesting. There is a lot of AoE damage in the team fights for Glorious Gaming.
There is.
However, you're doing that against Silas, who can steal your Diana roll, and that's a huge tool in its own right. There's the Wukong too. Wukong with that double Cyclone, being able to reset the fight with the Clone too. I'm looking at these drafts, and I'm seeing a lot of ability to brawl early on both sides, in fact. So for me, again, it's going to come down to this fundamentals. Who's rotating well? Who's skirmishing, knowing that they have the spacing to their lane as well, and they're playing around priority. It's not just a straight-out draft win for me. It is actually, of course, going to be the Wukong bot. Now we're talking about these flex picks. So Volibear will be returned to that top lane. Wukong, much like Mad Lions in the LEC, going to be heading down into that bot lane. There are definitely ways you can play around bursting out that Ezreal, but with the Arcane Shift, should be a bit of a free lane for him up until that level 6 mark.
Yeah, I'm also kind of aware here with the sort of the Wukong being locked in. I kind of like the Wukong as something of an anti-dive champion too, because Cyclone is great when you go in, but if people jump at you and group up, it's a fantastic 4-man opportunity to knock people up. That sounds pretty good as well. So I'm kind of aware that this is going to be 2 squads with the Volibear and the Wukong on one side, the Silas as well with the Abducted Scond versus that kind of Rek'Sai Diana Rakan combo that's going to be want to dive in as well. Should lead to some pretty intense level 6 come mid-game team fights, I think.
I would more classify Wukong in that sense as a counter dive champion, right? More like a counter engage, right? Because you can sometimes struggle to close the distance on an Ezreal, particularly when there's a Rakan kind of sat around as well to kind of make things a bit awkward. But as soon as you've used some of your aggressive abilities going in, something like the tunnel from the Rek'Sai, and then you've got your dash in from the Diana as well, Wukong then doesn't need to close the gap so much. You can just clone forward, dash forward that E, use that Cyclone, and suddenly, they've done half the work for you because they've started coming into your team first.
Okay, so that's kind of when Nightmare is seeing this. You need to be watching that Wukong, is whether they're timing out the abilities appropriately from Glorious Gaming, whether they can find the right time to dive in after some key abilities, namely that Arcane Shift, which has been talked about, is burned. It'll be on Ronkus to see whether he can pull that off. But of course, we've got a lot of game to play about, and we've seen the sort of 2 drafting. We kind of talked a little bit about how we think they're going to be playing out. Who are you favoring thus far going out into this game with the drafts as we've seen them?
I like Graves as a champion. I think he's very strong right now. I think that the mid 2v2 could go either way. Ezreal, still very strong, but doesn't have the same level of an enchanter supporting him. it's really hard to call based off of draft. I think I'd give it to Resolve based off of this. I like the X factor they bring to parts of these team fights, parts of these skirmishes. Having the center role able to impact across the map too is not something you should really overlook. It's going to come down to the priority. Where are these junglers going to start first fighting, first looking? Because, for instance, if the Volibear gets left alone in that lane, in the top lane, and Ornn doesn't manage to get out across the map, start using that Call of the Forge God, Volibear is probably going to have more value in that 1v1 situation. The Diana, if she gets rolling, however, just bursts out the Grace, bursts out the Silas, and then, that core of your team fight comp is thrown to the curb. I'm being really indecisive, and I accept that. But given the games earlier today,
I was hoping for something a little bit more spicy, but there you go.
Yeah,
The indecision is in.
Yeah, it's just given.
I know my eyes are over on the Ezreal.
Yeah, no, there's something to be said about that. Ezreal is just a very strong champion in general. I think that given the decisiveness that Resolve played in their first game, I'd probably give it to them.
Okay, so there you go. The decisiveness from Resolve is winning over Nymera. I think I tend to agree as well, and I'm a big fan of the Wukong center bot lane, so I think I'm going to join you on that one.
Yes. And you might have to join me in person soon as well, because we are brothers in both casting duties and in real life. We actually live in the same house. And as much as it's nice to have us on two cameras, it's actually really nice to cast right next to each other, so we don't have that lag across the microphone. So as soon as we see that game footage, he'll be legging over into my room.
It's an arduous journey. I will have to make the great odyssey of transferring between two rooms. It's a real challenge.
You need to find a hobbit first. Go there and back again.
Do I?
Yes. Well, where's your hobbit? Do you have one yet?
I don't. I'll go look for one on the way. I will do my best to come back in a white robe and make sure the Return of the King, or at least the Return of the Caster, makes a decent impact with the viewers. That's my plan anyway.
Well, we'll see how that works out. Tell us in Twitch chat. Flamers, please. Yeah.
Oh, good idea.
I'd like to ask you a bit of an opinion myself, actually, about that Diana, because Diana's a fun champion. What's your opinion on her right now?
She's an interesting one in that her ultimate can be so damn impactful if you can get it correct, but I also think that in some ways she just kind of needs she tends to go for the Rod of Ages build, I know, and that can sometimes put you a little behind on where you want to be. And into a Silas, it means potentially a little bit of a free lane for both of them to get to the right item. So I don't know is the honest answer. I mean, I see more of her from the jungle perspective, because that tends to be what I care about a little bit more, but I'll be interested to see. And I don't know the matchup of Diana Silas that well either, actually, so I'll be really interested to see how that plays out early on.
It's a Conqueror melee AP auto-attack champion style of lane, so it can go either way because they do fulfill that similar role. We are on to the Rift. We see this 5-man fan coming out of both of these teams. No one going for those cheeky level 1 players. Of course, not having a Morgana or a Nautilus or a Braum, one of those strong level 1 champions, does mean that, you don't have as many options available to have that CC amongst these 5-man stacks. However, we will see those junglers just spotting each other out on that top pixel brush as I welcome in Sam to this side of the house. How's it going, Sam?
It's going really well. I have to say, I found a hobbit, I destroyed a ring, the eagles were really helpful, really recommended going for that, made this journey so much quicker than it could have been. It means I turned up in time to cast the opening segments of this game.
Why doesn't everyone take the eagles?
I hear they're quite hard work, actually. They tend to be quite proud, haughty creatures and, have issues with evil dragons.
So what you're saying is that Sauron's worst enemy is just someone with avian relations.
So, Zyra Khan. So
That's it. We found the person who will destroy. Nya.
Nya is going to destroy.
We have placed upon you the duty of taking the ring to Mordor.
Taking the ring to Mordor, and not just to Mordor. We've got to be aware that there's a few mildly evil characters. I mean, Silas is a kind of defier of order, I suppose. We won't call it evil or good because Damacy's in a weird space lore-wise, but we're going to have to take that back because there's actually engaged in the bot side. The level 1 starting off pretty strong. Exhaust has come out into Levy, but Checkered is taken very low from that early trade.
Grasp trade from the center. Of course, we don't see that Glacial Augment so much right now. Comes up with a lot of early damage. You can see it procced again there. Checkered DC on that Ezreal, suffering early.
The Piercing Darkness is definitely troubling, and Nya is going to have to deal with the Dark powers of Senna in this
How's
one.
it being?
Indeed.
Senna is Sauron.
Sauron. This is it. It's
Senna is Sauron.
beautiful.
Oh.
She's playing the high noon.
I love it
skin
when a
as well.
plan comes together.
All right, Jojo's going to go in as well for a stun, but that's what you get for getting level 2 first. How did we end up on Lord of the Rings so aggressively, man?
Because I was buying time.
Buying?
That's exactly why.
Genius, but you've taken back the veil now. This is like the Wizard of Oz. It's like, oh no, the magic of casting is being destroyed here. Don't destroy people.
So you're Gandalf, I'm the Wizard of Oz. Okay, gotcha.
Okay,
So that is our magical personality.
Indeed.
I wish I was Silas or Diana, because they're in the mid lane. I love mid lane.
You do. Okay, so like we kind of mentioned a little bit earlier that we were expecting that kind of conqueror trades going on back and forth. This bodes to be quite an aggressive lane potentially, or at least a lot of fighting because of the way the melee are. I'd be seriously curious to see whether Foot Makala and Rosara think to fight, but Makala and Rosara found the bot lane instead. Makala taken very, very low. That's a good binding from Levy as well, who tries to get a Levi apologize, and that means first blood for Rosara, who uses the flash super well and claims that kill onto the jungler who thought he found a great spot.
And Makala looks at bot lane, looks at his mini-map, and all it says there is, here be monsters, gets taken down for first blood. I believe that is the fastest first blood of the day so far for those with predictions riding on that particular stat. And once again, it is putting this Ezreal under the cosh. He's under pressure. He's being zoned out of CS, losing that CS, and of course the experience which goes with it. It's really not going well.
And a Graves that is known for hyper-scaling, hyper-farming, coming up to first blood and stealing away Rek'Sai Krugs at 3 minutes in is a rough space for Glorious Gaming. Bastard as well, taken very low and down a level against this Volibear. Jojo playing that lane extremely well as well.
Yes, Jojo, we know there are some fans in chat, but he's not the one who's doing fighting.
Indeed, as Nightmare was saying, we're going to see teleports coming in as Levi in trouble here, has to flash away, does survive for now, but Fumakala is back, so is Rosara. This is a complete mess in the bot lane, and Dan Styles turns up to claim the aggressive Senna's life. Now Ronka's trying to get away. Will he make it? We can't tell. Styles still looking to try and get it, and does get the double. That Diana coming out with a critical turnaround.
And as I was looking across the map, I was looking at the CS numbers saying, oh, wow, it looks like this Volibear is doing well on top lane. Ezreal's not doing so well. Of course, that Diana was up 10 CS before that play. Teleports bot lane, picks up 2 kills, and is off to the races.
The races feels more like a 100-meter sprint thus far in the game. It's not 5 minutes. We've seen 3 kills already. The mid lane is in a fight as we speak. And Jackal and Styles definitely coming up to some blows early on. We're going to see another attempted engagement from Ronkus and Levi, because why would the bot lane ever stop fighting?
This is it's fun for all the family in the bot lane, where we love our blood sports here. This Wukong just doing so much early damage to the Conqueror.
Oh man, there's a big knock-up from Niado trying to get something. That's a lot of damage, and Checkered actually gets the turnaround. Levy now trying to run away, the 1-for-1 thus far. Nya and Levy still fighting. The Binding Shadows did miss.
He has Flash.
He's got Flash. He's looking for it. Ignite does not need to be used because Fina does get it with the Q instead. Gleaming Quill is a great ability.
It's pretty nice there. Okay, I heard something from production. I just couldn't make it out, so we'll have to have that repeated to us at some point. But you look back here. Unfortunately, as they were running through turret, Senna takes aggro, takes that extra turret shot. Diana comes in, that's all she wrote, gets the Q, gets the E, the resets are there, and the mobility that comes with it, so effective.
Well, there you go. The replays, so beautiful. Diana coming out on top, and then we love supporting combat. Nyara on the Rakam, we told you the Eagles would be important, and the Avian variety taking down the Senna. We knew it would be trouble. There it is.
Ornithologists, one and all.
Indeed. 103 on the Rakan, looking really strong. And it has been a bloodbath in that bot lane. It's 4 kills to 2 thus far in favor of Glorious Gaming. But I nearly called them Golden Gun because it's GG, but that's not, of course, over in NA. We are here, square one. And this is proving to be a pretty explosive start to the game.
And remember, if GG wins this, they do tie up Resolve. They tie them up at that 3-3 scoreline. So there's a lot riding on this. These are the kind of weeks in this tournament where the front runners start determining themselves. Of course, we've got Black Lion right at the top of the standing, but you want to be there vying for that kind of spot. You don't want to have to be in a position where you have to make a miracle run to get those higher seeds. This would be the game to start that off. Tie up Resolve. Make sure you're not falling behind.
That critical mid-table standing fight is just troubling. Jojo here has got 6. Remember, he can turn off that tower if he does decide to go in, but not decided to do that thus far. We'll call the Forge God still available for Bastard. Still makes that a bit of a risk turret, or no? do want to check in a little bit with some of the CS numbers, though, again, because while that bot lane has been the side of a lot of fights, it's kind of meant the Ezreal's had to be back out of lane a number of times, and it's fallen a little bit down in CS to the Wukong, which I wasn't really expecting.
I think that if you can force the Ezreal out of lane early and make him go for a tier instead of a Sheen, or not get that early pickaxe, he just runs out of damage. I like how Resolve's bot lane have been playing around their cooldowns, using that the Nimbus Strike from the Wukong to close the gap, use the Q as well, get those empowered auto attacks for that Conqueror, and then just clone out. Ignore some of that damage. They've been fighting very well around the Grasp as well on center. I'd imagine that's stacking up relatively well. And because these fights went so badly for the side of GG, they've had to back for a tier, had to back for a cull. Ezreal's been put in that ditch, in that trough of power that he does get in the early game sometimes.
At least there's been a couple kills over onto the Ezreal and the Rakan. There's a good number of assists on to Nyar as well in particular. And, that's led to 2 deaths or on. So it's not gone horrifically in some ways. It's just been a little bit scrappier than I think either team was necessarily expecting. Relatively back and forth. To the point where the gold is 100 difference here. It was a kind of cresting 8 minutes, and that Rift Herald has spawned. Fruitmakala and Rosara are kind of around and looking for a bit of a fight, as is the mid laners. Dan Styles taken pretty low.
Just on Dan or all.
Yeah, that could be dangerous. Fruitmakala taken very, very low, and that was the collateral damage to force out a lot of the Rek'Sai's health. Levy here, going to try and get something, and Levi does not need to come in any further because Rosara gets that kill. Jackal now stepping forward, gets the knockup, but that's a lot of damage from the Call of the Forge God, and Checker DC is here doing as much damage as he can. Shut down from Jojo, who's flashed on in. That's a cyclone as well. Bastard and Ronka's fighting away. There is Nyar desperately running away in the back, and it is now a 2-for-2 thus far. The Ornn trying to get under tower, and I think that will be the end of it for now, as Resolve Academy do look towards the Herald after that mess of a fight in the river.
Good heavens, look at the time. It's Herald time. Everyone goes top lane. I was talking about how Glorious Gaming, I liked how they rotated in their game earlier today for that Herald fight. They tried to do it again. It goes messy, goes very messy. The Grace finds the Rek'Sai in the river, ends up getting the kill there as well, which I think makes it into a 3-for-2 all things said and done, but it was such a split fight. Kind of hard to see when those death timers start respawning when you get towards the end of the fight. Like, wait, who else died here?
It was the 3-for-2, thank you, Nightmare. I made that mistake, but the Rift Herald restart has come in for Glorious Gaming. Resolve is still around. Seeing some of those shadows come over the wall from the center, but not looking like a concerted contest. And Glorious Gaming do finally pick up that Herald, even if they did drop an extra member in the fight.
They do indeed. So that is still a scalp to be taken. We're looking back at this whole play in general now, and one of the important things, of course, Jackal picks up that Diana ultimate. That dissuades Glorious Gaming from grouping in any kind of form. If you get those multiple man knockups of that Diana ult, it does so much burst damage. Who else has burst damage? Of course, it's the Grades. Takes most of the HP bar off of Rek'Sai at the start of the trade, finishes off with a flash in. The turnaround from Bastard is where things get messy, though. And, of course, Diana, with that human ult at the back, buys up a lot of time. Can't take anyone else down, though. With all of the cooldowns used, and of course, as I was saying, the Rek'Sai respawning because they were the first one to die means that that Resolve cannot stick around for the Herald afterwards. All it is some gold into their pockets. But that's kind of muted by that, of course, that Herald.
Okay, so let's kind of check in with where we're at. We're seeing pretty even across the board. It'll be Glorious Gaming, who also picked up the first dragon as well. It was an air raid, so that's something. A bit of a fight in the mid lane. Levi is here. Dan Styles was winning the 1v1 versus Jackal for now, but with the addition of the support, we might see the end of that fight. Rosara does back out of the Raptor invade. Careful, though, of course, that the Infernal Drake will be spawning. About 30 seconds as Nyar walks into a lot of people, gets rooted in place, and is now in a lot of trouble.
Hey!
But only for a pause to come in.
And I thought that was where Volleyball Bear comes in. I thought he had the pause.
Yeah, but that wasn't the pun I was expecting.
You'll have to bear with me.
An Ursinine quote. If I've ever heard
He's
one.
Thunderstruck over here.
Yeah.
I'm lightening the mood.
Oh, no, it just.
You have to weather the storm.
I do.
Freljord.
It's not even a pun anymore, but there we go. Production is, of course, for money. There's Levi. Problem is, I'm so used to pronouncing it in the Japanese way
because
of
you're an
Levi.
Attack on Titan fan.
No, not even. I don't even like that anime very much. But we're out of the pause, actually, so maybe we'll have to talk about that later.
Bashad also doesn't like hitting skill shots.
He doesn't like hitting skill shots, and Nyar did escape despite getting jumped on there, so it's kind of much of a muchness, just some ult burn for some health bars, and that's about it. Ronkas and Dan Styles now in a 1v1 on the top side, but with this Infernal Drake spawning in 10 seconds, I assume, much as has been the rest of this game, we'll be seeing a fight very shortly.
Dragons are nice. Dragons give you those stacking bonuses, and both teams will want to get their hands on it. Knock up onto Rosara doesn't really lead to anything, and then the Senna has that sustain, so nothing coming of that Searing Charge.
Well, what might be coming of Searing Charge, though, is there is still no Call of the Forge God. Remember, that was used. That's a big part of the engage. There is still the quickness in from Rakan, so they have got that option to Glorious Gaming, but Resolve Academy have started the Drake, have the position. We are going to see a potential convergence
available.
coming in. Wait for the fight. In comes through Makala. Who's going to win the smite fight? It is going to be just that. There comes the Dawning Shadow across everybody, but Ezreal has got the shutdown on the jungler. It's now a free fight if Makala can get a hold of it. If he can stay alive, he does, and he gets out. And this Ezreal, now running rampant, has got 2 already, still in the fight. Jackal around, looking to try and get something. Can Bastard and Ezreal find their way out? They are caught in the pit, but with Levy and Jackal trying to get away, they are going to escape.
Ooh.
Bashtar just misses the knockup, and I mispronounce Levi again because it's so ingrained in the way I pronounced that particular section of words.
Yes. Overall, 2-2. Dragon goes down as well. Now 8-5 on the scoreline. Having those 2 early dragons, more importantly for Glorious Gaming, sets them up to go for a potential Ocean Soul. And when you have those bruiser champions, you have those tank champions, it allows you to survive so much longer and make use of your low range but high DPS. I'm looking forward to see whether Resolve can problem solve their way in the third dragon fight, see if they can stop that stacking up, because if it does get to Soul Point, Glorious Gaming, I think they might be taking this game.
Might be. It's looking like it's going to be an Ocean Rift as well, so that's a big soul to be losing. And check it now at 4-2 and 2 is very, very strong. He's going to see a flash in from Danstyle, forces the flash out of Ronkas in return. And Danstyle as well, looking pretty strong on this Diana. 2-1 and 0, got a bit of a CS lead, got to that Nash's Tooth. The Bash Bros are ready and willing to fight for Glorious Gaming.
They are. However, it was not the Diana and the Wukong who teleported down to that fight. They had teleports from the top lane, but they were not channeled. Actually, speaking of that teleport, Wukong going to go back up to the top lane. Herald summoned there as well. Fight between the junglers.
Rosara gets a massive trade out, and I think it'll just be a Void Rush into Doom here. And he does fall out. Rosara will pick that one up, and that Rift Herald does get a charge at least. I'm not sure who was in range for the gold, though, so we might have to wait for a replay to see on that one, but that will be it. It'll be a 1 kill for 2 plate trade, which is not really, all things said and done, that great a trade.
Food Makala, Void Rush into Doom, rip and tear until it is done, and he was torn apart by the Graves.
Graves as well, now 3-1 and 1, has got that completed warrior enchant, is definitely doing very well in this early game. We saw the first blood go over, and Rosara playing this game pretty well, I think, on the Graves.
I also like how Rosara's going towards that Black Cleaver. Of course, you can go towards that lethality on the Graves, but when you have Wukong who's going towards Blade, the Ruin King has the Phage there as well, might go to it towards it slightly later, he'll be able to buff up that as well. Ronkas going there onto Dan Styles.
Cyclones come out, there comes the Moonfall as well. You see a bit of damage back in, but the second charge means that Ronkas, even with the kills that the Diana had, is still going to be able to pick up the kill there. Easy stuff for the Wukong at the top.
Who thought giving him 2 Cyclones was a good idea?
Well, clearly not the weather agencies. Meteorologists are terrified of this creature who just causes inclement weather wherever he goes.
Hurricane Valley.
Yeah, pretty much.
But what we see here is that, well, I think with the amount of gold in pocket left from Dan Styles, of course he's gone back and spent it, has that Nash's Tooth and is happy now. The stats were in favor of Ronkas, and takes the fight, has the stat advantage, and just finished him off. It got close, but kill goes up to the Wukong.
Diana greeting for the ward clear. Like, we know this is competitive, we know wards are important, but not at the cost of the life there. That's an unfortunate loss for the Diana, and as we're kind of cresting over 15 minutes, it's still pretty neck and neck. It is 200 gold that separates these two teams. We're going to see an engage, though, so never mind all that. Rek'Sai taken very low. Levi trying to get out and can't. Nyar claims that kill, and the center falls for the 4th time this game.
It's a well set up flank. We see that Vision was successfully put down into the red quadrant of Resolve Academy's jungle. The Rek'Sai comes over the wall, the quickness put in from the Rakan as well, but what that does mean is that is not a cooldown they can use for this Herald fight.
Makla now jumping onto the Graves, who flashes away, but Dan Styles does get the pullback with the ultimate. This Graves desperately trying to run, has already burned the flash, and it will be Bastard who claims the kill onto the jungler, and once again, the jungler falls around an objective. It happened at the last Dragon fight, it happens around the second Herald fight. That's big news for Glorious Gaming.
They lose themselves the center. They don't teleport in with a volley bear. They take the uneven numbers fight, and of course it goes the way of Glorious Gaming. Once again, Danstar's getting involved in that kill, and that Graves really suffering now.
Graves taking a bit of a difficult spot there. Does fall down. It's a big win for Glorious Gaming. And the Rek'Sai 0-3-5. Not the best scoreline, but at least the objective positioning has been there. The smites have been there for Futmakala, and that's always a good space to be at.
Quietly now, Bashtard has reached 2-0 and 2 on that one. Level 11, not close to those upgrades yet, but will be impacting those fights even more so when it gets to that point. Scarily so, even if GG do not want to fight this dragon, they can wait for those items to come through. They haven't got the Muramani yet on Ezreal. They don't have the Iceborne Gauntlet or the Triforce. That's the other one, which is the Sheen item, onto that Ezreal if they want to go for that either. They don't have to feel forced to go for this. They just have to wait for the right opening.
Nyar's actually found the way behind Rosara and Levi, but I think we're going to see Resolve Academy come in and try and contest a little bit. They don't want to let themselves get put on Soul Point at only 17 minutes into the game, and there you see
Dragon
Levi
started.
Just proc an attack on the Dragon, so think about doing something there. Jojo off to the side, that's a pretty good flank. Not on vision, here comes the teleport, but here is the quickness from Nyar going in. He's on to 2, but it's another engage on the other side. Jojo desperately getting on to Checker DC, who's got no way out, and that is a huge shutdown onto the Ezreal. Makala going in, does not manage to secure the steal. It is therefore the side of Resolve Academy, so the fight continues. Bashtard flashing out, Jackal going over the wall alongside Jojo. The blast plan does not allow the Ornn to escape, and Volley versus that Ornn is going to go in the favor of the Volley Bear, and the Freljord duel of the demigods is decided this time out.
Jojo on the Volley Bear tearing up the backline there. Checker DC, unlike the last Dragon fight, does not get a chance to put down good DPS. GG, you had no call of the Forge God. You had that teleport on the Diana, but with lacking those big cooldowns, you weren't in a position to fight. Got punished for it accordingly.
Well, the punishments come in, the dragon is secured, it's a good fight win for Resolve Academy, and that breaking of the dragon stacking is so critical to this team, and it has led them finally to a bit of a gold lead here as well, about 1,500, maybe 2.
I can respect that GG were winning the previous fights. That might have emboldened them to take that fight. But just as we were saying before that dragon was started, you need to wait for your item breakpoints. You need to wait for your cooldowns to be back. You don't have to fight either because you have those 2 early dragons stacked up. Potentially, they could have taken the top tower. Well, of course, they did take that. Anyway, they could have taken more farm in the top lane. They could have just put more farm onto the Ezreal, get, of course, some XP there as well. Wait out for a little bit. Try and come back for the next dragon when you have the correct item breakpoints.
Check it, it's just being a menace. Takes 2 turret shots just to prevent the back from Levi, who is very low. We're going to go into this replay, though, so let's keep an eye on that Volley Bear.
Keep an eye on the Volley Bear, and look how the solo lane's just zone out this Ezreal from doing anything in this team fight. The rest of his team not in position to re-engage. They go for the Dragon Steal. Of course, that doesn't work out. And then you're stuck in the pit, having used most of your mobility spells to get in there for the steal. And you get Cyclones, you get burst out by the Graves, and the Senna's doing a lot of work too. And it's a rundown from there on out.
We'll call this one the Galileo comp, because it feels like thunder and lightning is very, very frightening between a Wukong and the Volley Bear jumping in with their storm-based abilities. And that poor Ezreal was caught dead center, which turned out wasn't as calm as maybe he was hoping for.
And turns out Resolve Academy, they want to elect themselves a new system of government. They want to be a monarchy. In fact, they want to be a lane kingdom in that Volley Bear. 3-1.
Yes,
lane kingdom, of which Jojo is ruling right now.
He very much is. The Triforce is such a big power spike for this Volley Bear, who's gone towards that Caulfield Warhammer as well. We see the True Shot Barrage come out for a bit of a tank.
Might be Death Stance.
It could be the Death Stance, not a bad shot.
How's the Kindle Gem in inventory though? So I think it's just stacking up to that 40% CDR early. It's a very efficient build.
So that's what we're hearing from McCulloch. They're probably looking towards the CDR rather than the completed items there with that item so far. And it is good CDR. That's probably, what, 30%? 35?
40.
Already. There we go. As Jojo does maybe have to walk away as Makala looking for something. The True Shot Barrage coming out. And seeing what happens as Ronkus finds way into the backline. Dan Styles knocked up on that Diana, who's having to walk away. Makala does get his way out, but now has to flash as well. Ronkus continuing to chase that Rek'Sai. The flash onto that Land Shark. There comes the Void Rush, but Ronkus gets the kill anyway. Will be traded back by Dan Styles, who takes the monkey out in return. Jojo still around looking for something, but thus far it is a 1-for-1 as Rosara chases onto the Diana, who doesn't really have a way out, maybe looking to get another kill in return, but can't do it. And the Graves picks that one up. Bashtard does just escape the Silas chains.
2-for-1 in favor of Resolve Academy.
Game's not over yet. Fight's still happening across the board, and the beneficiaries are, of course, Jojo and Rosara at the end of that. Ronkas goes down, and Bashtab will look to survive this dive too.
Oh, well, the Bash Bros come on in. Graves looking to try and get some damage, but
Not
does
bad!
get blown up by Brittle and a charging Ram. Graves was not down to Boogie, and the Ram Jam proves too much for that particular jungler.
Welcome to the Ram Jam, Rosara. Goes down under turret. Not just surviving the dive, Bashtab takes a kill in return.
And I think I've seen this a few times from Resolve Academy now, where they've just gone a little bit deep, a little bit arrogantly. It happened around the second attempt to play bot lane, and it happens here again around the bot tier too.
I see we're back to Lord of the Rings. They delved too greedily and too deep. They found a Balrog. Turns out he's got horns as well. It's the Ornn down there, not on the top lane this time, of course, under the bot lane in a turret. Uses the Call of the Forge God and calls Rosara to the Death Realm.
Well, clearly the Ram Jam has been composed by Howard Shaw, because that one was some epic stuff. But let's take a little bit of stock. Let's check in. It is 13 kills to 12. That is a humongous amount of kills in 22 minutes. It has been an utter bloodbath here. And I kind of expected no less between these two teams. But that does mean as we're coming into the mid-game, it's going to be fairly even still at the gold. Resolve Academy hold on to a very slight gold lead, but that's all it is.
Gold lead, but look at the item break points. We have Triforce Muramana on the Ezreal.
That's
right in time for this dragon spawn. It's exactly what I was saying before they lost the last fight. Let's see if Checker DC can really put out the DPS this time.
Let's buckle in. It'll be another fight, you guarantee it. Fumaka
oh, don't dash over.
Here comes the teleport, and the fights continue. The Dawning Shadow comes out, but will it save the lives? But then Jojo's in doing a lot of damage. Makalar goes down. That's the jungler dead already. But Jackal healing up with the Kingslayer. Ronkas gets the kill on the downstairs, and it's a 2 for no thus far. No one is dying, and Jackal will not fall. The Monkey claims a second, and now with 3 kills to none, despite diving on top of the Rek'Sai who was out of vision, somehow, someway, Resolve Academy come out on top of this fight.
Oh, they do, and it's through a huge teleport, and of course the huge bear in the top lane. The King has returned, no Dragon Steel to be had. And what that means is that potentially Baron is now an option to be started for Resolve. Not right now, but at least get that vision around it. We're going to have to look back at that fight at some point, because I want you to count how many auto attacks this Ezreal got off in that fight. I think that was a big turning point. He had to disengage very, very early, and the rest of the team just got dunked on by this huge Bash Bros comp, as we've been calling them.
And that's a problem. We just called out this Ezreal has got the breakpoints, got an Executioner's Calling as well as those 2 items and the Transformer Ramana. Checkered had had a couple of huge fights, but this one falls flat by the sounds of it, and we will have to watch out. Maybe we're being unfair, but if we do get to see a replay, we'll be able to spot out whether that Ezreal was putting out the damage he needed to.
And of course, speaking about putting out that damage, it's going to get much harder now against the Death Dance built up from that Wukong. It's not the Tiamat. It's not something a little bit more bruisery like a Black Cleaver or a Sterak's or something like that. This is going to be that Drain Tank build, get on top of your target, sustain through it, have that center to buff you up as well, try and survive through the fight.
To Death Dance in for the Volley Bear as well, who is becoming increasingly hard to deal with. That is just some seriously tanky members who want to get in and brawl, with the Black Cleaver done for Graves as well. There is a Zhonya's on the Silas, who we've already seen is being able to outplay and heal up using particularly that W that Silas is so infamous for. Glorious Gaming got to feel a little bit shocked at how poorly that fight went.
Apparently we can't get a replay of that fight because it was bugged. Sad times. But of course, you know, if we don't have production issues, we're not a professional stream. That's it.
But it's true. That's exactly it. We would not be EU if we weren't. And to be honest, this means you have to trust us and believe when we tell you the Ezreal didn't get autos out. So, you know, we can't be proved wrong. There is no video evidence.
Yeah, don't believe what your eyes and your ears are telling you. It turns out Checker DC didn't put out damage in that fight. And you can tell that, right? Because all those health bars were very, very high at the end of that fight, and Ezreal does a lot of DPS. Ezreal also ended that fight on full HP. I believe they could have peeled back, tried to get out a lot more of those Mystic shots, but they disengaged very, very quickly from a fight which potentially they could have killed off a number of people before those teleports completed for Resolve. Now they're left looking at this map state, looking at a 3,000 gold lead, which admittedly at 25 minutes is not the largest one ever, but you're fighting against this big beef ball combo, and you have to take them down at some point if you want to win a fight.
I'm beginning to be a bit worried about specifically the Diana and the Rek'Sai going in, because when they go in, they're not really getting out, and there is so much damage and so much sustain as a Call of the Forge God does get summoned, but not much more to be spoken there, so maybe we can just about return to the point I was trying to
drag you to, and like, what do this Diana and the Rek'Sai do when they are diving into so much sustain and honestly so much counter dive?
I think you have to look for your opportunity. Find someone out on the side rather than dive into the middle of things, unless you get that godlike Diana roll. The Diana roll can be the fight turner. With the Zhonya's built up as well, you can buy a lot more time. That's a big thing, right? Just in the same way that Rek'Sai wants to buy some space with that ultimate, the Void Rush, and hopefully not into Doom the next time he uses it. But Bashtard, he's the one in trouble now.
Is Bashtard trying to run away, has taken already half HP, and that is a lot of consistent damage. Graves continuing forward. There is the Stormbringer coming out from the Volibear, but Bashtard actually manages to Searing Charge away, and maybe Resolve Academy have gone too deep. But wait, the shield comes in from the Skyspanner, and Jojo on a rampage. It's all gone wrong again. Dan Styles is here, but goes golden, and it will just be a monument to his sin. A lunar eclipse, one could say, because the moon is not shining bright this game. Niar falls as well for his first death. No escape for the Rakan, and the ring falls into the hand of Evil, or at least Resolve Academy, and Volibear 6-1 and 6 runs rampant in that fight.
Outmanned, outgunned, outfought. GG's will slowly slide to a team fight loss, which will net the team of Resolve Academy that Baron as well. What was that 3,000 gold lead has doubled to a 6,000 gold lead. It will soon get even larger than that, as it will balloon up there with more turrets falling, more pressure across the map, and a lot to be happy for the red team.
There is, now just checking on that gold, it is 7,000 at this point for Resolve Academy. They've got those 2 Drakes, they stopped the stacking of the early objectives, and Glorious Gaming in a bit of a hole now with a Baron push to come to really cement Resolve Academy's position.
Whereas on the other side of it, Resolve, now is your time to pedal to the metal. See what happens here when you have this Baron buff. See if you can use that to leverage an advantage over this Dragon. Get that up to Soul Point for yourself, which of course was looking so good for GG earlier into this game. Don't let up. And this is not going to be the start.
Well, that's a very dead center. The face check comes in, and Glorious Gaming now in a 4 versus 5. It's a Baron buff off the table, and Resolve Academy once again with some of the slightly greedy, careless plays walking around this Dragon Pit. We'll see Roncast off to the side, maybe looking for an engage. They don't want to give this up to Resolve Academy. Bashtard gets a knock up over the wall. Jackal coming in. That's a decent engage. That's a lot of healing coming up, but the charm is huge. Rizara kills 1, but now it's a 4 versus 4. It's a double for this Graves. 4 versus 5, be damned. A triple in now for the Graves. It's still running rampant. Quadra. There's a penta on the table, and Rizara's Graves is a machine. A gunslaying mercenary who's going to try and get this kill as well. Do get the dragon, and now there is a pentakill on the table. No. I have no idea if he gets it, and Rizara leaves the game in pure rage. His team deny him the glory of a pentakill.
That's what we like to see. It's 3 dragons, it's 5 kills, it's Rizara slowly making his mental state known. That is the mental boom.
That's how you drive Graves back to smoking. That right there. That is some rough stuff.
I picked a bad week to stop smoking.
Yeah, well, either way, it was fabulous play from the Graves. Picks up the Quadra of the 4 versus 5, wins the Smite fight, and may well win the game as well. There's an 11,000 gold lead for Resolve Academy, and this Graves basically just used the DC to back and pick up a BF sword, by the way.
It's when Levi goes down there on the center, he's sat there and it's like, oh, I've died. I've got them right where I want them. They're going to lose the next fight.
Well, that is a very, very strong Graves. The Death Dance, well, alongside that BF sword, and Glorious Gaming looking a little less than glorious in these last few fights.
But what a day Jojo has had. His game was similarly very impactful. Good. Now on the Volibear, diving right on top of people, making sure his DPS sticks, and putting the Ezreal under threat. It's just huge.
Yeah, and the Ezreal, we said, you know, the Arcane Shift and the range potentially keeps him safe. It's not, is the honest answer. There's been so many things diving at him, and Arcane Shift only allows you to get out of 1 thus far. And maybe we do still have to question about who do we think's been playing the best thus far in the game. I mean, I'm looking at this Volibear and going, that's been pretty impressive. I'm looking at Rizara as well. The first blood plays, the aggressive plays on the Graves in general, also exceptionally impressive. But we are going to have to take that back because there is now an engage coming through. Bashtard in a 1 versus 4, and the Ornn is crushed with no hope of escape.
No hope, no Horn either now as well. That will be taken as a trophy for Resolve. 4th death of the game, has his upgrades on his items, but you can't take that much tanking just yet. With all your classes in the game, you need like another 3 classes alongside the Warlock, Paladin, Tank, Assassin, the whole list.
Well, it's all well and good going in with all those classes, but if you multi-class too much, you just don't have the sheer weight of power in one class, and this D&D character is clearly not optimized for this game because the big bad evil guy of Rosara on this Graves in particular is terrifying.
He's the fighter sorcerer.
The fighter sorcerer. It's a wonderful combination, guys. Definitely recommend playing that if you're a D&D player. Yes. Not sarcastic in the slightest, as the siege will continue. Baron buff is worn off, and there are no outer towers remaining for Glorious Gaming. They're stuck in the base.
Yeah. Man, I'd actually love to play Ornn as a bard type character, but like one which is like not in the typical charismatic one, which is just sat there and just like blows a horn every so often. That's how he does his magic. He doesn't need to be charismatic. He just looks at you, he inspires you with his horns.
Glorious horns that inspire the team, and Bashtar's gonna have to do a lot of inspiring. He wants to find Glorious Gaming a way back into this game. They are in a terrifying position right now. Jackal does get taken pretty low, but remember this is Silas. Going low doesn't really mean all that much if he's got things to heal off. Check it, stepping forward with Makalan maybe around as well. Trying to see if they can catch the desync backs, but don't find anything. That tremor sense, that X factor we alluded to in the game lobby, hasn't really proved as impactful as maybe Futmakla and the rest of Glorious Gaming were hoping for. And the picks just haven't really been there outside of 1 or 2. We saw a few around, say, Levi in that last fight, but it hasn't led to actual team fight victories.
And one of the reasons for that is I want you to cast your eyes over to the XP. It's been like this for a while, but Ronkus has a 3-level lead onto the Ezreal. We've had that for a very long time. There is a level lead for Jojo. There is a 5-level lead to the jungle. There is a level in the mid lane.
It is a 122 CS lead in the jungle.
And this is one of the things where coming up to that 3rd dragon where GG were winning fights, and then they lost that big fight, misused their cooldowns, and tried to take a fight without them. It's this big thing about where do you prioritize your farm? Are you actually getting your farm? Are you tunneling too hard actually onto objectives, even if it's going to get you a soul? Because you need to not fall too far behind. You've got to keep up that GPM, that income, that experience gain as well. If you lose out on that and you're this far behind in levels, it makes it very, very hard to come back.
I don't think they have time to think about GPM. They need to think about DPM because Jojo is going at MPH, looking to try and get in here. There comes the volley, but fails to jump over the wall. That's looking a little bit ugly, but Jackal now with the stolen Call of the Forge God. There's 2 being summoned. Actually, the Bash House continues, but Futmakla does fall, and Rosara is unstoppable. This Graves doing so much work. Bash House is in. Ronkas finds a huge engage in the backline as Diana does get the Silas, so that's something. Dan Styles looking to try and style on this team fight. Ronkas has got still a lot of HP, and Jojo just can't be killed. He's a monster, and Rosara is 1v1ing the Ornn in the backline. The fight is split, and Checker desperately trying to stay out and far enough away, but I don't know if he can run far enough, and Yar throws the thumbs up emote as the bear comes and slaps him down, and we will pause. As this game looks like it's over now for Resolve Academy, the bear comes in and slaps. It's not a new deer, but this Volibear is showing he's got more than enough to show Volibear exactly how it's done.
There is no pause for effect here for Jojo. It's full gas, pedal down for the entirety of that fight. Just runs to the backline with that death stance. 3 of them on his team, keeping Resolve topped up, keeping them happy and keeping them in the lead in this game, and it might bring them to a 4-2 scoreline.
And on the way back, Rosara casually picks up an Ocean Soul for his squad as well. This jungler has been pretty damn absurd. He has got literally 2 items, and 2 expensive items in a Death Dance and Infinity Edge over the Rek'Sai's 2. That is how far ahead this Graves is right now.
That's why they're losing. There's no Infinity Edge on the Rek'Sai. Right.
Who was it that used to build Infinity Edge on Rek'Sai?
Self-made.
Self-made. Of course
Self-made
it was
and Ender.
self-made. Well, Ender is a strange child.
That's a 1900 damage crit.
Oh my days.
Imagine
Well,
if Rek'Sai could do that.
I know we're being asked to pick up an MVP, and I have to feel that we're going towards the Graves just off sheer weight of early game farms and with these team fights.
Let's see. You say that? You say that? Well, I mean, we'll see what's happening right here as big fight coming in again called Forge God.
Okay, well, the game's not over yet. There is a Mejai's in the Volibear's inventory. Maybe he'll pick up a few stacks, a few autographs for Glorious Gaming as they're looking to find one last fight. But Jackal's already slain the Ornn. That was supposed to be your front line. Nyar's fallen as well. That'll be a 3rd, and there is just no hope. Dan Styles quits, and that'll be the end of it. GG to Resolve Academy, who win these late game team fights in crushing fashion.
Crushing, surgically removing their opposition. There was no question about it. As soon as the team fight started going their way, they rolled with their advantage and they're rolling into the base.
The Storm was here, the Cyclones, the Stormbringers, and it is the end of the line on the back of some hard carries from this Volibear and the Graves, and Rizara does get this one with Resolve Academy.
GG is being put out in chat. And Sam needs to run back to his camera so you don't have to just look at me because he forgot to do that. Well done, Sam.
I need to call the end of the game, man.
You did indeed. 36 minutes. Took them a bit longer than perhaps they wanted to. They couldn't fight around those power spikes. And as we are talking about those power spikes, as much as Ezreal was doing damage, I want to ask myself how much of that was sustained up? How much of that was just onto these tanky members, which couldn't be removed from these team fights? If you can't take apart even a piece of this death ball, well, all that is left is that death from that composition. It was dominance is the word. And what a way for Resolve to close out this day, to close out this week, 4-2. They're very happy with this performance.
They definitely have to be, don't they? And I'm back. Hello, sir. It's good
Oh,
to be
nice.
here. How are you doing?
It feels like I just talked to you.
It does, doesn't it? I don't know why that would be.
Okay, and we will have ourselves an interview after this as well, so very much looking forward to that. Resolve feeling very happy. Let's see what their interviewee has to say.
Yo. Welcome to the post-game interview with Resolve Academy's Ronkas after the win over Glorious Gaming. You decided to go for the Senna Wukong bot lane. What's your opinion on the bot lane meta? Are the normal AD carries just that bad that you have to play this kind of playstyle, or is there something else going on?
This lane just cracks every other bot lane's head, you know? Like, there's nothing they can do in this matchup to win 2v2.
Okay.
So it's just like you have bot lane prior the entire game, you force stuff bot lane. Then of course we had an unfortunate fight, so we were slightly behind, but it didn't really matter in the end.
Yeah, it definitely looked pretty good, at least against that bot lane. And speaking of the game, we had two pretty messy team fight comps in this game. Kills were pretty much even at the 20-minute part, and the gold was pretty much even at that point. How confident were you at that point that you got the game on the bag?
Well, when I get to one item, I know that I can 1v1 the enemy ADC and support together. So, like, as long as we get flanks, there's no way our composition loses, right? Like, what can Ezreal do against, like, triple threat coming at him? Like, when Diana decided to opt for the no damage Sonya second item, I think it's very hard for them to win when she's the only AP damage. Because we just all by Tabby.
All right. Well, with this win, right now you are 4-2 on the standings, doing pretty well. Did you expect to do this well when you joined the league, or was this like a bit of a surprise for you that you're doing this well?
I always expect myself to do well, yes.
Well, that's glad to hear.
Us as a team, we're doing decent at the moment. The first two losses we had were just we messed up in draft, and it was before placeholders were a thing, so we kind of had to do some stuff we didn't want to, but it worked out in the end, I guess. The standings now.
Yeah, definitely working out well. And as a last question, I have to ask you, how good did it feel to not let Rosara have the pentakill?
Well, I saw a head, I crack it, you know. What else can I do? You just
No
slam
leaving
them with
kills.
the dick. You slam them with
Pentakills
the
have
dick.
to be earned.
Yeah. This guy's abusing Graves. You think I'm gonna let him have anything?
Yeah, that's true. All right, so we are gonna go on a bit of a break now. Don't go anywhere. There is still one final game coming up. We have Split Raiders versus Lions Creed in a minute.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. I am still Samuel Initialized Hapgood. I am still joined by my brother in real life and in commentating duties, Alexander Nymera Hapgood. We just saw Glorious Gaming and Resolve Academy go up, with Resolve Academy coming out on top, but we have finally got a match here between Split Raiders and Lions Creed to come last today.
We do. Split Raiders, of course, being the previous champions of SQ1. Word is on the street, and of course between our casting buddies, they've disappointed thus far to a certain extent. And on the flip side of that, whenever you do have the kind of these rocky starts, it allows you to find out where your issues truly lie and try and see if you can cobble something together, get some wins, and start pushing up once again into those upper parts of the standings. They're up against Lions Creed, who have had an even rockier start. They're currently at 0-4. They are playing a large amount of new players today as well. So for them, maybe there is a chance that they can look to rock the boat themselves on the side of Split Raiders and take themselves an upset victory.
Yeah, they're going to have to think about it, though, because it has been a bit of an unfortunate last-minute substitution for the squad. It'll be Lone Wolf moving into the jungle for Lions Creed, as True Rambo is going to drop down to support. So that's an unfortunate last-minute substitution they've had to go towards, but it's going to make things difficult.
It will do, but Lone Wolf was previously on this lineup. He was subbed out, so being subbed back in, he does have some synergy left over from Rusty Sniper, their AD carry, who earlier in the day performed relatively well in lane on the Xayah. One thing which I do really want to hit on as well, where we've got a little bit of time as a small delay is needed for the players, is that Lions Creed, when I was watching their game earlier today, they didn't necessarily look like a 0-4 team in all regards.
No.
They picked up quite an interesting composition. And I do say interesting because I'm not necessarily sure how they came about this kind of composition. They played a Zyra lane, and they played it into an Aphelios, Lulu, and that went really well for them. Problem is, the rest of the map, the solo lanes were not necessarily doing so well. They weren't necessarily always on the same page when they were skirmishing, as opposed to a team like some of the others that we've seen in this league so far. Of course, Glorious Gaming had some nice skirmishes earlier in the day alongside Resolve as well. Lions Creed, however, yeah, I liked what they did with that Xayah and the Zyra. It punched the Aphelios very well. They just couldn't close it out into a win.
It was a bit unfortunate, and they were down 5,000-ish gold at 20 minutes, which is never a good space to be in, as the squad for Lions Creed. But despite being down that far, despite being down at the time 0-4 in terms of match score, the fights, the turnarounds, the playmaking eye was still there, and that gives me some hope for the squad.
Yeah, and hope is a very powerful force indeed. Split Raiders, last split, I believe they went on a 4-4 record after having gone 4 weeks of 1-1 scorelines, and then they finished on 10-4, finishing off with 3 perfect 2-0 weeks, and then going into playoffs, ended up taking it all. They will be looking to reprise that kind of performance, as we do see Lions Creed taking over the blue side, Split Raiders on the red.
That is indeed it. So kind of running down those rosters for the first time this time around. Of course, for Lions Creed over on the blue side, it's still Jez in the top lane. It'll be new guy coming back into the roster, Lone Wolf. It'll be Wolf in the mid lane. That's going to make my life lots of fun in team fights. It'll be Rusty Sniper. And
he's not a Lone Wolf. He's lying. There are 2 of them.
There's got to be some history there. Anyway.
Yes. And on the other side, of course, it will be Split Raiders. LOL US in the top lane. Seitsu 2, Flammy V1, the Electric God, and Bonakai. And I probably messed up so many of those pronunciations. That's okay. They'll flame me.
They will flame you.
They'll flame me. V1.
Just... The volley bear puns were enough last game. I'm normally the pun guy, but Nymera's just been on it this particular series. We've had a lot of bans come straight through, and we've seen a first pick Varus as a result out of Lions Creed here.
As I was talking about in the last champion select, there are a lot of S-tier AD carries, and that means that normally we don't see so many bans towards them because you handshake. The one which tends to be prioritized over everything else is the Varus. It's first picked. It's played as poke. It's played as on hit. It scales. It does well in lane. It causes a lot of problems. Lions Creed have their hands on it.
And the response thus far has been Split Raiders going towards the Sivir is their pick into the Varus. I'm kind of curious about that. I suppose you can spell shield the piercing arrow, which is obviously a nice interaction. But I'm not sure all that much more out of that. I feel like the Varus is just a very strong pick to give over, surely.
Potentially you can go for something like Civic Armor and have that movement speed combo of the On the Hunt and then the Mantra Shield coming out of the Karma too. Not going to go towards that at all. Blind Pick Mundo picked as R2 from Split Raiders. Bold. Very bold.
Okay, and we're going to see the Mundo pick is a placeholder. That is, in fact, Trundle. It is worth pointing out.
Oh, come on.
So that is good to know. You were so excited. It was like, yay, this is going to be great. No, it's
I normally have the placeholder
well,
chat thing
gonna
down here
see.
so I can see that, and it completely blanked me. Completely blanked.
Wow, that's just rough, man. I was like, is he surely he notices? But no. Of course, there we go. Alliance instead will look to pick Kindred, which is another one of these hyper-scaling, dangerous carry junglers that have been poking their head around in pro play. That's locked in. See what the response is for their second pick. Looking like potentially a
Going back towards the
Zyro,
Zyro.
which should be an interesting combo. A lot of burst. Here come level 6 from that
I like this.
lane.
I like this quite a lot. If you're playing this Trundle, picture this. You have to walk into a team fight knowing that there are those grasping vines coming at you, knowing that there's the chains of corruption as well. And if one of these hits, the next one hits. And the amount of damage displayed from just these 3 members is enough to take out even that very tanky jungler.
Okay, and as again, Kindred into Trundle is a pretty good matchup for the Kindred as well. You can hop away and chase down the Trundle with your, of course, your Dance of Arrows and the Mounting Dread and the Eat. Some scary stuff there, but the Lulu has been locked in now for Split Raiders. Speed up for the Sivir. Wild Growth is just very powerful. The Enchanter support has been turning up, and it's flexible towards the mid lane as well.
Okay, so we did, of course, see, as I was saying earlier, Lion's Creed pick that Zyra into the Lulu. It played pretty well in lane, and it does allow you to have that extra presence you don't have from a lot of other supports. Something like a Karma can do something similar, right, with those Qs keep throwing out. But Zyra gives you that extended burst later into the game at the cost of not having the protection of something like an Enchanter might bring. We're heading into these second set of bans, and we have that Sylas taken off the table and a Darius taken off the table.
Okay, so there they are. They're out and all done for that. And I think there's some kind of pocket picks being targeted there. We know what Sylas can be like when they get ahead. We know what Darius can be like when it gets ahead. If those guys can 1v5 team fights, very scary. TF as well taken off the board. Another one of those interesting mid laners that really does change the way that games are played.
Does. It's that X factor where you can just run with the TF and go to another lane and set up for someone else. And particularly in this composition, if you're setting up for, as we were saying, the huge burst out of the bot lane, having a gold card, dedicated point and click stun into the rest of the CC, into the rest of the burst, very, very dangerous.
Okay, so that's just not going to be an option. Orianna as well, we've talked about. It's another one of those ridiculous wombo combo mid laners out. We'll have the second phase of bans, and Annie being hovered, but that's locked in. I wonder whether that's a placeholder, and we'll find out as the chat does go wild. And there we go. Vladimir, not indeed Annie, it turns out.
Damn, I thought they were going for the Yordle composition. Sort of seeing like a Rumble last.
That would have been wonderful. I don't think Annie counts as a Yordle, though. I know she's short.
Oh yeah, that's very true. Actually, no, she's just a child. She's not a Yordle. Okay, right. If I get that one nice, I was like, damn, because I've been playing too much. I've been playing too much TFT, and I just remember back to the Yordle comps from set 1, thinking I just kind of view it by like how small the character models are. Just yeah.
Turns out you were just wrong. Is the honest answer?
Did you know that technically? So Fizz used to be a Yordle, and now he's not. Yeah, in the old lore, Fizz was Yordle. Now he's a Vestager. Yes, or I think he's a magical fish.
He certainly has a very magical fish that allows a shark to be teleported from the ocean to attack his enemies every 40 seconds.
And I'm glad I kept talking about Yordles, because I like to think that when I speak about things, my vast big brain knowledge allows it to come into truth. Poppy, another Yordle been picked. I saw this coming. I absolutely saw it coming.
Yeah, the Poppy was exactly what you were calling for. It wasn't the Rumble that you mentioned at all.
No.
Poppy locked in alongside the Galio. We saw the Galio look pretty good from Wolf in their game versus the Resolve Academy earlier. At least some good team fights around that mid game. And with Poppy acting as a sort of front line to dive in on top of, can definitely see that being a decent engage option too. Split Raiders, though, will get that last pick. Graves slipped all the way through the draft. That means that Saintsu 2 is going to have a very strong pick in the jungle, potentially. And that Trundle now going to get flexed around.
Trundle going to be flexed around indeed. I want to go back to that Poppy, though, because normally we see Poppy as somewhat of a counter pick. somewhat of a pick that is used against something like Callista, which you just flash right on top of them, E right on top of them, put out your W, and you ground them with your steadfast presence. You look over this side of Split Raiders, there are actually 0 dashes besides the Graves. Graves is the only person you're playing this into. You're not playing it into someone like a Renekton top lane or a Fiora or something like that. Your application as Poppy in these team fights is largely to provide a vector for the Galio. You're not there as an individual champion. And of course, you are very tanky at what you do, and you allow yourself to be that frontliner in a way which a lot of other top laners don't allow yourselves to be. But I really want to see what Lions Creed want to achieve with that pick.
Okay, so there you heard it. Keep your eyes on that Poppy wherever it ends up. We're assuming towards that top side, and we are going to just remake the draft, replace those placeholders with the appropriate picks, and then we'll be kind of back onto thinking about how this game's going to go. And speaking of that particularly, we've seen some curious thoughts from Nymera about that Poppy pick and how it's going to work out. But Trundle now being locked into the top lane, Poppy versus Trundle, is that kind of a Trundle-favored matchup?
This is Season 6 all over again. Go back and watch Season 6 World. Every game, Poppy versus Trundle. Iceborne, Sunfire. It's back. It's back, baby.
Well, I'm glad we just don't have Iceborne, Sunfire, Echo in the top lane anymore. That
no. Get out of here.
An awful, awful thing to witness. Production.
That was not amazing production. That was not amazing. It was a crime against top lane, a crime against competitive League of Legends. Get out of here.
That's
Scram.
Just and just to announce, SQ1 will now be hiring a new production because he clearly can't stay anymore. That was just an awful statement. Can't have that.
Get out of here. Scram.
Seeing these rosters come into fruition, it's looking like the Galio versus Vladimir mid. That's a free lane for Vladimir, potentially. Can pull out of the way of the tournament if people are looking to engage. And Vladimir with a free lane to scale worries me for Lions Creed.
It's not ungankable. However, having the Kindred down to the Graves, not a great matchup for the Kindred. You can get burst out. Of course, post 6, you have the Lamb's Respite. A lot of the time, it will be about who finds each other first. But Smokescreen against another AD carry jungler as Graves is very, very strong. So I'm expecting that this flex pick is largely for that jungle matchup. Of course, it makes sense. And we'll see what Saint Seiya 2 can do on that Graves. Because, of course, last game, we did see a pop-off Graves performance.
Yeah, we've seen Graves do disgusting things. Nymera was saying we're looking now at Lone Wolf on the Kindred, stepping in here kind of as a last-minute substitute, being put into some fairly big shoes, being put on a carry jungler, being put on a champion with an ultimate as impactful either positively or negatively as Lamb's Respite as well. This is a big ask for a guy coming back, and I know there is previous experience. I know that there is previous synergy there, but
Sam,
no.
It's not just Lone Wolf and Wolf. There is also a Wolf in the Kindred. He's all he is doing is making his name invalid. That's all they're doing. I'm almost certain this entire draft.
That's what I'm calling, right? So this mid jungle 2v2 is just the Wolf Pack. Maybe it's like this sort of like anime.
Why are they Lions Creed? Why are they not Wolf Pack?
That's it. That's indeed, yeah. Okay, we're renaming Lions Creed now to Wolf's Creed. This is happening. Get those graphics out, guys. And we're going to see this kind of tsundere jungler, Lone Wolf, try and make friends with this cutesy Wolf E, the statue wolf, because he's playing Galio. It's going to be a beautiful story against the evil mercenary Graves and a horrific blood mage in Vladimir.
Maybe Graves has his own logic because, of course, TF was banned, and he just that just upset him, his partner being banned away.
It's a story of vengeance, yes.
It's a story of vengeance, yes. Actually against his top laner because, of course, the top laner gets control of all the bans. So maybe he's misguided. Maybe he's been misinformed as to who banned his partner.
It gets deeper as well because it's the Keeper's verdict. The Keeper's verdict was that the TF needed to be banned. It's all coming together, man. This story is so damn deep.
No, his own team banned TF,
for
Sam.
The huge, that's it.
It's betrayal. Betrayal at the heart of everything.
Oh, you're absolutely right. I forget that. Sorry, I thought it must have been the other side, but no. It's actually self-betrayal. This is awful.
Yeah. And no greater crime has been committed with an SQ1.
No, that was... Well, actually, no. We've just heard the greater crime. It was calling Echo in Season 6 a good thing.
Oh, yeah, true. Yeah. But we don't talk about that. That's been censored.
No. Okay, yeah. Okay. I'm still actually feeling mildly nauseous having talked about that. But now we've kind of gone through the important stuff of the lore of this game and the players involved. Let's instead maybe talk about the team comps themselves. It is a lot of AoE ultimates from Lions Creed, the heroic entrance, the Lamb's Respite, the Tangle Thorn, the big Zyra ultimate. So it's not Tangle Thorns. I'll be able to get that at some point.
Strangle Thorns.
But that's a Strangle Thorns. Thank you.
Yes.
I got that mildly mixed up with Nico Ultimate for no apparent reason. Or Pop Blossom, rather. And instead, on the other
Tangle
side,
Bubs,
I'm looking at Tangle Bubs. Indeed. Not even the ultimate, the basic ability. On the other side, though, I'm looking at a Graves and a Vladimir who are going to want to scale up. And I'm looking at a Wild Growth to back up a hyperscaling Sivir as well.
The thing for me, which strikes me from both teams and how this game's probably going to play out, look at the amount of abilities there are to reset a fight. We're going to have probably a Zhonya's coming in from the Galio at some point. We're going to have a Lamb's Respite. We're going to have a Disengage Ultimate available from the Zyra too. On the other side, we have a pool from the Vladimir and we have the Lulu Ultimate as well. And of course, the Trundle Pillar can help in those aspects too. These fights can very much turn on a dime, particularly if these skills are not used to save someone at the start of it, and then you have to fight in a 4v5 against teams which are very hard to finish off those kills against because of the amount of these reset mechanics that are available. Kind of elongates the fight.
Even with Sivir, I mean, it's called On the Hunt, but I mean, it might as well be called Away from the Hunt sometimes, trying to run away from that Kindred and all the rest of Lion's Creed that will be trying to run after the squad. So there will be a lot of back and forth about when ultimates are used and whether they actually connect. We will have to see how that kind of plays out. I'm not sure who I favor here. Probably Split Raiders, I think, just because of the way they do have some free lanes for something like a Vladimir always concerns me. But Varus on the other side is pretty strong.
Yeah, and normally when you have yourself like a Vlad and a Graves and a Trundle, I'm immediately starting to think about who's got the range advantage. Graves is kind of at parity with the Kindred, and when you've got that smoke screen, that kind of aids that too, because if you can close the distance pretty well. Poppy has no range advantage versus the Trundle. In fact, the Trundle Pillar maybe means that Trundle can start again closing those gaps even better. It's only really the Zyra and the Varus that are holding up that front of it, whereas the rest of the Lion's Creed comp doesn't really want to play that kind of standoffish kind of style. I think that Split Raiders are slightly more on the same page with their composition. They do want to all go in at the same time, have this huge Hemo Plague. Sivir starting to rattle across those ricochets as well. Whereas Lion's Creed, we'll have to see whether they can coherently pull off this team comp.
And that issue with coherence is something I kind of want to focus on as well, because we have got those role swap player in True Rambo who's moved down to support. We've got Lone Wolf who's coming in the jungle kind of last minute. And now we said the comp can be a little tricky to pull off, potentially. That can be a scary place to be, and they put a fairly difficult burden of execution down on themselves.
Yeah. Well, they'll have to do some weapon maintenance, knock off the rust from that sniper, and see if Varus can land those arrows around objectives, poke out, get themselves some early leads, maybe in lane, maybe in those objectives, and come out to a teamfight win.
So we kind of said it's going to be a bit of an interesting one. We're kind of obviously favoring Split Raiders as it stands, just because of where things are at with the standings and obviously with players being shifted in and out. But we're onto the Rift. That means I will have to return as I once again go on a horrifically dangerous journey to join Nymera in his room.
Who approved of this journey? Who thought this was safe? We should have had this written into our contracts. I mean, this doesn't get covered by our insurance. We don't have insurance. That's why it isn't covered by it. We have everyone once again walking towards that river, that central line of scrimmage across Summoner's Rift. Going to be an early ward down from Lone Wolf onto just behind, well, just outside his Raptor camp. Going to recall for that sweeper, as many junglers do, of course, when you do have that sweeper trinket, not the trinket, sorry, your warding trinket on cooldown. If you switch over to a sweeper, it does have that lower cooldown, allowing you to have that for your first clear on your first gank. So it's nice to see Lion's Creed playing around that extra vision you can get from that little mechanic.
Oh man, that was horrifying.
Breathe.
The things I saw, man.
What did you see? What did you see?
There was this golden portal that opened in front of me, and this weird chiming thing that told me to go through it. It was a magical experience, but terrifying. And he threw these creatures that he seemed to be collecting at me. I think he called them meeps, but it was just weird chiming noises. I don't know what to do, man.
Did he look like a Studio Ghibli character?
He did. How do you know?
It's the Bard.
Bard?
The Bard.
Oh no. Oh, it was horrifying. Truly a terrifying creature.
Another horror story from the realms of the Bard. No Bard in this game. No, there are only Gallios and Vlads.
All right, well, magical journeys that I have undertaken aside, we are into game, into lane, and there hasn't been all that much action thus far early on in the game, apart from some health bar trades in the mid lane thus far.
I like that. Yeah, and the thing is, though, when you have health bar trades versus Vladimir, is it really a health bar trade?
Yeah, that's
really?
true. A rusty sniper now.
This is a health bar trade.
Looking like he's a little bit rusty on this Varus because Electric God has had to have the exhaust burned on him, and it's a flash and heal and a rusty sniper who avoids the sing of that icicle that came flying out of Electric God to nearly claim that. Inside the flash in, gonna try and get the kill. There's the Lulu help picks on top. The boomerang blade misses, but does connect on the return, and that means it'll be first blood to Electric God and Bonkai in that 2v2 in the bot side.
Turns out it's all rust, no sniper. The Electric God's taken that mantle, gets the kill with the flash forward, first blood over to this team on the red side, Split Raiders, and you know, we were talking about those early first bloods. We got another one.
Oh, man alive. Well, maybe Rust conducts electricity better than I thought, because Electric God was going heat-seeking with those.
I think he's going to have to get a tetanus jab after that one.
Man, that was interesting. Of course, we are seeing Kindred down on that bot side. Maybe look to try and counter gank, but with Saint Su also clearing now towards that bot side, I don't even think that Kindred's going to get a free gank available. And the reset comes in from the bot lane of Split Raiders, who are going to look to leverage the advantage they got off that first blood. And it is a double longsword buy at the end.
It is. And what that means is that you have the combat stats to start brawling around in this 2v2 and try and go for similar plays. It's not like you traded a flash for no flash. This is still no summoners on the Varus. We're going to have to look for these 2v2s very carefully now, particularly when we were talking about these junglers with so much damage to bring to bear as well, and see if they can get involved in this bot lane.
Okay, speaking of junglers, it will be Kindred with the Mark spawning on the bot side and with the Galio roaming over to help, and Vladimir being a little less impactful this early into the game. Saints wisely decides that, yeah, can't really contest for that, and will instead move over to the second Scuttle Crab on the top half of the map.
I think that might have been a mark picked up by Kindred as well. So early start for Lone Wolf if he does get up to those 4 marks and gets that extra range increase. We'll see if he can start playing around that as well. Misses the Justice Punch in the mid lane, gets traded back onto a little bit. All's back to even.
Okay, so kind of as a reminder, as we were sort of mentioning about Kindred, it's the 4 marks that you really want to be getting by earlier than 20 minutes if you can help it. That's kind of the gold standard for a Kindred. You want to be there and online. That's the old Zyrene talking point. He used to know Kindred inside and out. That's kind of the mark we like to keep an eye on. So we'll be paying attention to how many marks Kindred picks up, but early start, that 50-50 did go the way of the Kindred. Galio comes over. Great space for Wolf to be in, or Lone Wolf rather to be in.
Why is Kindred collecting marks? Why can't he collect, like, Johns or, like, I don't know, Alex's?
Mark is clearly a necromancer, and that displeases the god of death,
gotcha.
So Kindred has to go and sort it out.
I'm so glad you're a Kindred main, or at least used to be. Elise used to be.
That's good. So there's another main.
He was another Elise main.
That's good. These puns have been good for you today.
They've been very good. Just managed to sneak one in every so often.
Sneak? But buddy, you brute force them in. It's like this big sort of foghorn coming out as the oil tanker of crashing through the cast.
I am the trundle top of pun making.
Well, ungainly and not really seen all that much anymore.
That makes a lot of sense thinking about it. Speaking of not seen much anymore, we're not really seeing that much early vision being put down from the side of Split Raiders. Of course, they got themselves that early Scuttle Crab on the top side, but we see 2 pink wards recalled and placed in this bottom river for Lance Creed.
Lammy taken a little bit lower
3, in
than
fact.
it, and worth pointing as well, Kindred, level 5, snuck over the ward for the Dragon Pit and picked up that early mount straight to the side of Lion's Creed, and that's good news for them. They are, however, down about 800, 700 gold here. Largely off laning phase and the fact that First Blood went over so inelegantly to that Sivir that's kind of hurt what was supposed to be a fairly aggressive poke lane.
Worth noting that the team fight from Split Raiders is going to be absolutely nuts, as we keep talking about, but it's right into the champion pool of this mid laner, right? Plays Vlad, plays Cass, plays Syndra, plays Ori. Everything he plays are these AP team fighting, scaling mages. He's going to get fought in this mid lane, though.
Some of the damage down. The Observer will flick around. We can't see how it goes, but there is still Flash and Ghost. There is an ult. He does get the heal back with, I believe, a transfusion at the end of it. That was getting a little bit close.
Pop from the ult comes through. Q comes through as well. It was getting close. Spellbook coming out of the Galio, comes back into lane, has now picked up the Ignite as well. If the pool's not used well, could be a kill.
Go, there's another Justice Punch in, and that's a taunt as well. Flammy does finally get the Sanguine pull off, but he's burning down, and does go down in the 1 versus 1. That bait didn't work out very well. Flash over, Nimbus Cloak is going to be a lot of speed along with the Phase Rush, and Saintsu will get the return kill. But congrats to Wolf there for finding that 1 versus 1 kill.
I like the communication from Red Team Split Raiders here. Saintsu knows that the kill is potentially coming onto his Vladimir. He comes to respond, paths well, doesn't get there in time to make it a 1 for none, does end up trading, but at least manages to clean up something for his mid laner.
Okay, so 1 for 1. It'll be advantage gold-wise over to Saintsu and Flammy, but it'll be the experience advantage for the solo kill for Wolf as well, which is a big deal.
Yes, and of course, solo kills do give more XP, 20% more XP than they used to. Keeper's Verdict away from the Poppy, Lone Wolf on this top side, but I think this, Subjugate was obviously traded as well, and now with the healing coming through in the Corrupting Pot, I was about to say there was kill pressure, I'm not sure there is anymore.
Well, thinking about it, we'll see there is Flash available, there is Lamb to Spider available, Flammy once again trading with Wolf, but the Taunt is a really nasty ability. That ward was really spot from Lawless to kind of avoid the damage that could come through, but he's taken very, very low. Mark is coming down, there is a challenging smite, and the hunt is completed. Jez will get that. I can't quite tell whether Kindred had her mark complete before the kill came out, but we'll have to wait and see.
He's trying to make like Tommy Wiseau. Oh, hi, Mark. He's trying to go for it. He's really trying.
You're tearing me apart.
No, he didn't get it. You can see that the portrait right next to the Kindred's name didn't come down in time.
There we go.
Had to wait another second.
Yeah, wasn't quite there. Just a little bit late, and Lawless kind of forcing the issue meant that Kindred had to go in. Did burn the flash for that, but does come up with the assist, and it will be the kill for Poppy, and 2-2 thus far in that particular score between the two squads.
All the twos. Herald started by Lone Wolf. Will be nice to have that option available to take down plates early into the game. Graves has not sniffed it out just yet. In fact, he'll be taking the mark away, which was landed onto those Raptors, and which means that he's not in time, just too late, as you were saying, to contest for that Herald.
Lone Wolf picked up 2 early objectives. Got a gank off in the top side. For a guy that's been stepping in at last minute, that's good news. Saintsu, though, looking to engage. He's got the level up. That is the trade for that early objective pressure. And Lone Wolf will not be able to smite away the blue buff. And Saintsu does get out. He's going to pop the vision plant as well. And maybe look to get a lot of plates in the top side. He's already 2 down, actually, up there.
Already 2 down. Well, Trundle being able to chomp on turrets gives him so much skill. Flip push pressure. All in from Sivir.
Right, there's the on the hunt Rusty Sniper running away. There is the Strangled Thorns, knocks up the Lulu. Turning around, there is the Chains of Corruption as well. But Bonkai flashing forward secures the kill onto the Varus. But maybe going to get turned around. There it is, the Thorns to come through and bind Bonkai in place. And a shove in from Jez, turns that around. 1 for 1. Here comes the Galio, but Electric God does burn the flash and escapes just about.
Just about. Once again, it's the Varus going down for the side of Lion's Creed, and the kill this time picked up by Bonkai on the Lulu. Well played to flash in to secure that at the very least.
Okay, so Umbral Glaive picked up for Varus, but 0-2 and 0 is not the place you want this early game, mid-game spiking Varus to be. True Rambo in a 1 versus 1 with the Sivir, but Sivir definitely wins that one out.
Boomerangs are nasty. Don't get hit by them.
Don't get hit by them, no.
They come back and hit you in the back of the head.
Yes. Sivir's Boomerang does come back. It comes back in a straight line. It doesn't curve, and it kills people. That's what it does. It's awful.
It's a weapon of war, that.
Yeah. It's basically what a Fellows' tracker wishes they were, but we're going to see another engage in the mid lane, but Flammy's going to be fine because he does, in fact, have transfusion and the ability to run away very quickly.
And he will have the ability, potentially, to fight over this dragon, because his team has started it up. It's a Cloud Dragon, second one of the game. The first one over to Lion's Creed. Lone Wolf, as you're saying, picked up that early objective. But this time with the level advantage and the timing, will be Saintsu picking up the second dragon.
So that's good news for Split Raiders. Maybe looking for engage. It will be Infernal Rift, and they're going to be engaged. Kindred very, very low. Does force out the Lambs. Respite Saintsu comes out significantly better on that trade.
It's ult traded, but of course the health bar taken away from the Kindred means that Graves might look to try and steal away Raptors. In fact, they are heading into that bottom tier jungle.
Yeah, they are. Bonkai also roaming around, and it's going to be that Raptor start you mentioned. True Rambo roaming up as well. We've got to be a bit careful. Polymorph comes in. Here comes the heroic entrance, but it's not going to be in time to save Kindred, rather. Now the taunt's coming up, but the pool is well timed. Strangle Thorns doesn't really get as much as the Zyra was hoping. Now Flammy actually in a bit of an awkward position, but those minions under tower means that Vladimir gets to escape, having helped pick up the Kindred in the invade.
Oh, Zyra root just missing there, and in fact, lull us up in that top side
on that Trundle. Oh, flash forward from the Galio. Doesn't quite get it, even with the Nimbus Cloak. Now Lawless in behind, Wolf in double. The Justice Punch is there, but it is blocked, rooted in place. Flammy gets the kill onto the Galio and escapes despite being so very low. The Wild Growth did have to come out, though, because that was getting a bit damn close.
Oh my word, that is amongst the most close saves I have seen from a Lulu in quite some time. Once again, it's going to be Split Raiders coming out on top. It was fighting over middling importance objectives, and whilst all this is happening, the Electric God picks up more CS in the bot lane and takes plate.
Okay, so let's check in with where we're at in this game. It is about a 2,000 gold lead for Split Raiders. That's a big deal. Actually, I apologize. It's more like 3,000 gold actually after that play. We're going to see more trading in this top side. The pillar was pretty good, but the stun onto Lawless means that maybe this one goes a little bit more even than I was expecting.
It's a bit of a trap pillar there. You put up the pillar as Trundle. You're just giving more terrain for Lulu to for Poppy to play around, and there's nothing to play around for the Varus. The death of the game.
Yeah, that was a 1 versus 2 under the tower for the Electric God there. That is a scary place to be. And Lawless now puts up another pillar. Jez slowed down. Hits the vegan tag. And we're going to see whether the Keeper's verdict land. It does not. The stun doesn't either, though. And now this Poppy in trouble under tower, but does manage to escape with a well-timed flash. Now, True Rambo under tower trying to survive, but the Electric God is feeling feisty and does secure a kill, but is now knocked up under tower. Kindred will pick that one up, and it is a shutdown to the Kindred, who flashes in. Bonakai trying to get onto this Lulu. The slow is there. The damage is there, and it is a double for this Kindred. Lone Wolf.
Signs of life from Lion's Creed. It is Kindred now sat on 2-1-1. Had completed the Warrior enchant for that fight. Unfortunately, the mark was on Graves, so didn't pick up another one from that. But the gold injection into this jungler is very important because it will be able to function as that secondary AD carry.
Well, that's really important because the Varus certainly isn't right now. And we're going to see Galio walk into 2. Saint2 flashing out of the Winds of War. Jez is back, and we're going to see how this goes. That's a good stun. Now they've probably stuck around too long, have Split Raiders. Lawless does not escape the hammer, and the judgment comes out. There is the mark on Saint2. Look, where is Kindred? She's on the other side, but Zyra is roaming up. Flammy's going to try and find him. Flashes over the wall for the Hemo Blade, and the Blood Mage claims 1, looking to claim 2. Rambo is here. Can he save the life? We don't know. It's going to be down close. And Jez, with the help of a turret, picks up the return kill.
Return of the kill onto the Vladimir. I thought that combo would have been all said and done for Poppy. But one of the things about a Poppy is that the lower HP she gets, once she gets underneath that certain threshold, does get those extra resistances. Ult pop from Sivir, gets the auto cancel, doesn't even need a support to help, just goes in for the kill.
And just goes golden to Rambo there, and doesn't really earn all that much from it. And then the tower dive comes in, but look where Lone Wolf is. It's not as clean as Electric God and Bonakai were hoping.
Yes, and it puts Zeus and Thor to shame, taking matters into his own hands. Electric God gets 1 kill onto the Varus, gets the other one to the Rambo. Fortunately, Lone Wolf is there to clean up this time. It's a lot of gold put back and forth.
Well, it turns out Thunder might not strike twice, but Electric God does, managing to get a lot of kills down.
Strikes a lot more than that from what I've seen.
Yeah, we got the double kill down there.
Repeatedly bashing in Rusty Sniper's head here with that Sivir. Like, the Varus has such a hard time in lane.
He definitely has, and while he's got the Umbral Blade, but it's versus the Essence Reaver. The Essence Reaver is a significantly more expensive item. That's a pretty scary space to be in. We're nearly at a death cap in for this Vladimir as well, who stopped off for some CDR with the Fiendish Codex and that Kindle Gem. Rift Herald number 2 has been started. Here comes the heroic entrance, and Saint2 may be in a bit of trouble, but Flammy coming over. I think that was picked up by Lone Wolf. It was. Now Saint2 does get shut down by the Galio. Lamdra's fight is going to prevent Flammy from picking up that kill. Going to be chased away now as a Vladimir. The Winds of War now landing, but the healing from Transfusion and Emo Plague is enough to keep Flammy topped up and not in any danger, but it will be a 1 for none, and the Rift Herald picked up.
And a mark.
And a mark. That is good news. Lone Wolf still looking like a pretty good contender in this jungle right now.
Lone Wolf's crusade against people called Mark continues. Let's pick up another one there, taking down Saint2, who's probably not called Mark.
Have you seen this man, asks Kindred, and yes! Yes, Kindred had, and picked up that mark there. 2-1 and 2. Got the Blade of the Build of the Cutlass towards the Build of the Blade of the Ruin King for that jungler, and Infernal Drake will also be picked up by Lion's Creed, and that is a great series of plays for this squad.
This is what happens when you don't ban out one-trick ponies. Lone Wolf is a very prolific Kindred player in solo queue. Has a lot of games on that. If you're going to pick a Trundle, you know the Kindred's going to come in. I know that you're trying to bait out the Kindred pick, just as Trundle's been baited in this top side.
He is Olis
trying to run away, does escape the taunt, but he's still got to find his way out of the jungle. He gets knocked up in place. Maybe got a pillar. Will that save him? I doubt it. There's just not enough walls. There is a blast plant now, and Flammy now here.
Oh!
And he just walks away. I thought he would die, but no, he just walks it out.
He's just trolling his way out of the top lane there. I was like, oh man, he's going to be so dead. I'm going to have a cool line to say he's been baited in. No, he's in control of his own fate.
Flash in as well. I am electric, and the lightning strike comes out, but it's not enough to take the kill. And grounded is the electric god. Rusty Sniper in the round, True Rambo turning that one around, but the flashing from Bonakai tries to get the but this one is turned around as well. Rusty Sniper. Collateral damage is finally enough to secure the kill, but it is in the cost of 2 people, and now True Rambo and Lone Wolf trying to find their way out of here. Lawless is around, but so is Flammy, so is Wolf. This is going to be a mess up fight in the jungle. True Rambo flashing over. The Smoke Screen isn't enough, but the Hemo Blade is now. Flammy picks up a double. The Kindred falls to the Hemomancer. And the Vladimir chasing on, looking for a third. And that was just one tasty drink for the Vladimir and the Graves there, teaming up to make that fight run over in the favor of the Split Raiders, even if it looked a bit shaky towards the start. Good outplays from Rusty Sniper and True Rambo.
Earlier in the game, I was talking about, looks like there are signs of life from Lion's Creed. Turns out there are signs of things much worse than that. However, mid lane outer turret also falling, taken by the Graves and the Vladimir. At least Varus picked up some kill participation there. Things could have gone a lot worse for Lion's Creed. The Electric God missed that Boomerang Blade on the initial part of that play. He's also running down this Sivir as we talk.
All right, Poppy gonna try and get out. Does have enough speed to walk it out.
Sivir ult was like 5 seconds off the cooldown there. That was available. Probably a dead top laner.
Does force the recall, but with the wave shoving in, Poppy's gonna be able to come back and clean up that wave regardless. This is a competitive game thus far as we're looking in, but it is, for all that we said, there's been some good turnarounds to Lion's Creed. A 4,000 gold lead for Split Raiders, and we saw this in the first game that the Lion's Creed pulled out as well versus Resolve Academy. Like, there were some good signs of fighting, but just fundamentally, they're down a lot of CS. This Galio is literally down 50 in the mid lane.
Yeah, and I do like this Zyra pick. I do think that more people should be picking this up. It allows you a lot more bursty trades when you don't have that amount of damage coming out of that support role. Has, of course, that double pen build built up, and against that base magic resist of, you know, about 30-35 from the Sivir, it's very effective. And you can burst out that AD carry. It's just, you need to get to a point where you can safely do that and not make your team wish they had an enchanter.
Well, we'll have to see. Wolf now potentially being caught. The pillar is there. The taunt is in. Flammy is now looking to trade him. The Ignite's come out, and look where the rest of these
here's
Creed is. And does manage to Heroes exit his way away. Strangle Thorns comes out to try and disengage, but on the hunt! And Rusty Sniper destroys the Lulu with a well-timed piercing arrow that skewers the Yordle to the wall.
Well, it turns out he was just lining up his sights in this early game. Now he's just come back in such a big way on the Varus. Has 2 kills to his name now. Takes down Bonakai. Last time he took down the Electric God. Going to be starting to put his sights once again onto these other members of the Split Raiders.
Shaking off the rust. 2 kills for that Varus now. Going to try and trade over the wall. Feeling a little bit more like a champion, even if the early game had gone a little bit awry. And Split Raiders going a little bit farther.
Went a bit too deep. Once again, engaging into the Galio, who's probably not the easiest person to take out on his own. A lot of stuff was committed onto that one pick. They didn't finish it off in time. It was luck that got him out in a lot of ways. The timing just about lined up for that Galio to get out with the hero's entrance. But, you know, it's still a lot of cooldowns to be committed into someone you potentially would like to have those cooldowns for a bigger team fight.
Well, there you have it. The cooldowns are burned, but it's going to leave the kill score even up at 12-11. Only the one difference there, but it will be a barren start for Split Raiders, and there is no vision. There's an Ardent and a Sivir there with a Grave. That's a lot of ability to do it, and
they don't know.
They just don't know. They're in the mid lane. Poppy's wandering up to that, but that was a use of the blue trinket to spot out what's going on. The teleport's going to be burned. The contest is in. Lawless puts up the pillar, and it will be a disengage from Split Raiders, happy with having burned the teleport from the counter.
Happy in a lot of ways, yes, because what that does mean is that now they have positioning and run of the map to get down towards this dragon spawn. The Infernal one, Flamey, going to be spotted out on the Vladimir once again.
Be there. He's going to be late.
Trundle does not have TP either. You are very correct.
All right, this is going to be risky, and it's going down hyper fast. Can they get in? But that's a steal! Saintsu gets that one over the wall, and now the fight commences. Lions Creed trying to fight this one out, but there's a lot of low health bars. A rusty sniper gets destroyed. The Graves is there, but gets knocked into a wall, and it is a desperate retreat now for Lions Creed, running desperately trying to escape this dangerous-looking Graves, who gets a double now. And Lone Wolf in the Lamb's respite, but that's all it is, a respite before the triple comes in for Graves. End of the line, and that will be a 4 for none and a Dragon Steal. And now that Baron they started earlier, Nymera, well, free pickings for Split Raiders.
And call Saintsu Agron from now on, because he's a steel type, comes in for the Dragon, gets it away. The Lamb's Respite not used to try and delay that objective. 7, 1, and 5. What is it with SQ1 junglers today and these crazy Graves performances?
Oh, man alive. Well, steel type he might be. He used the collateral damage, and it was super effective. Some good news there for Split Raiders. You know, some of these fights have been going a bit even if they have been edging out these gold leads just from farming, pretty much, if we're all honest there. This is now what's going to break the game open. This is where we have a Vladimir.
I was more of a platinum fan instead of gold.
You're wrong. Gold was better, but we'll have that discussion later. As I was wanting to bring up items, but no, we can talk. We can talk Pokemon. Let's do this. Never mind the Vladimir that's sitting at all the CDR and a Spellbinder and a Death Count.
I'm just
never mind the Graves who's on his way to a Death Dance third.
I'm just setting myself to be a Pokemon MOBA caster. Pokemon Unite.
Yeah, Pokemon Unite is that's it. But you're not that right now. Instead, there is a.
I can dream, Sam. I can dream.
Yes, so can Lions Creed, because they need to dream of a world where this Sivir at 2 items isn't going to delete them on the back of Flame Eat here as well. And
with the Ardent Sensor backing that up.
Yeah,
there are 280 carries for this Lulu to just put on the shields, put on the Ardent Sensor, put on that Whimsy alongside the On the Hunt, and they're just going to run people down.
Yeah, and you know, Varus has got 2 items, it's a fair amount of lethality. We've seen the damage that someone like a Lulu does take from that, but the front line, the Death Dance in on the Graves,
Galio.
There we go, see the Galio go in. Actually, we'll have that conversation later. That's the route from the Chains of Corruption, the Flash Stun, and the Electric God goes down. Heroic entrance there, possibly not needed if I'm honest, and that means that cooldown will be down, but one of the major Baron pushes goes down, and we've seen this a few times now from the Sivir, who's been a little bit feisty positioning-wise, and it means that Flamey gets free time to take a turret in the bot side, but it will stifle the Baron push Split Raiders will looking to put out.
It does. I know that Split Raiders really want to go for the 1-3-1, push down all lanes, get the maximum benefit out of your Baron buff. But you do leave yourself exposed to these big plays. It was an opportunistic flank engage from Wolf, not a flank, just running it down towards the Sivir from Wolf here on the Galio. But it was the opening presented by Split Raiders for that to happen. You have to play more safe, because of course that Trundle is going to be safe to split push in the side lane. The Vladimir gets a free recall up as well. It's always going to be the Sivir that's going to be targeted from Lions Creed.
Sivir is back up. It's early enough into the game that the death timers aren't stupidly high. And that means at least she can be around to help out with the siege, even if she can't contribute Baron push. Or can't contribute a Baron buff. Rather, I suppose is the better way of phrasing.
I'm not sure he wants to be there.
No, I'm not sure either. Since you're stepping forward, but there's a lot of people around. Does have a Lulu behind to whimsy him if that grade does require it. Steals away the Raptors, and the shove onto this mid lane tier 2 continues. Here comes the wave. Baron buff is up, and the shove is coming. Yeah, there is a blast going, but it is warded out. Playing with the taking things into his own hands a little bit more than perhaps he's willing to do right now. Down to about a 3rd HP. The smoke screen's coming out, but Lions Creed thus far defending fairly well.
Wave clear holds true from Lions Creed even against that Baron buff. You can see that after being punished, being stung that first time, didn't want to go back to that 1-3-1, only going for that 1-4, but without that wave pushed in fully to the tower, Trundle's not going to get much out from, of course, well, didn't manage to get much out from the last of that Baron buff. It has fallen off now.
Saintsu steals away a blue buff in the back there. Electric Guard taking pretty low, but again has got a Whimsy. The exhaust is down. There is the Stranglethorns, and Fleming was rooted in place. True Rambo trying to survive, but the collateral damage is there, and it turns out Graves is a gardener as well. Cuts down the plant, and it will also be the mid lane of falling as well. Well, that is one statue garden that just got ruined by the Vandal that Graves is right now. Can Rusty Sniper do anything? No, just some health bar trades, and to be honest, with this shove in with the 2 people dead, they're going to see a flash in actually from the Electric God, who is still feeling pretty strong. Takes a couple turret shots for the trouble. but this will be a mid lane inhibitor that's being threatened, as that was nearly a good snipe from Rusty Sniper, but it's still not enough. Infernal Drake is spawning, but the fight continues. Another piercing arrow miss. Lone Wolf taken solo and does go down. That will be the subjugate that brought the Kindred low. And the top lane is being shoved in from Saintu. The mid lane is shoved in, and actually maybe Split Raiders are looking to end the game here. They've got a lot of damage. They've got time. Rusty Sniper is being caught as well. There's the thumbs up. He goes down, and this may well be tutorial style. They're going to go in for that bot lane inhibitor as Saintu is in a 1 versus 2 and running rampant, looking to get another end of the line, but the return is not quite there. True Rambo will be able to walk their way back to found him, but Bongakatsu does manage to get that kill, rather, at the end, flashing in. Wild Growth will save it, and it's an ace for Trundle. Nexus now under siege, and Split Raiders get in the longboats and find Lion's Creed. They will put that pride to rest. GG Split Raiders, they move to 4-2 on the day.
Splitting no hairs, brooking no falls. They put to rest Lion's Creed with once again a dominant performance. And Lion's Creed, unfortunately, falling to 0-5. Going to have to look to recover as the fight continues around the Nexus.
Yeah, maybe they thought about ending it, but actually they've tried to play with their food, and playing the Lions can be a risk. They're getting shut down here a little bit. Lawless now trying to finish it up, but maybe, just maybe, Lion's Creed can hold on. But I think with the weight of minions, with how healthy the Trundle is, it's not going to matter. A valiant last stand at the Nexus. But Split Raiders prove too strong, even as they taunt their opponents on the fountain.
They do, and as much as Rambo was the 80s movie, it looks like the team goes down with that Terminator 2 ending, with the thumb slowly descending into the lava, not able to mount a comeback in this game. Well played, Split Raiders.
Well played, Split Raiders, and we've got to ask who was the most well played, I think. Who are we feeling in terms of the MVP for this game?
That's a very good question. Obviously, the Vladimir, the really large damage numbers on screen, did a lot in terms of these big team fights. But the person who controlled this map and the person that held the Kindred accountable whenever she was going to be was that Graves once again. I know that we voted the Graves in for that last game as well, but sat at 8-1-7. Was never really pressured in the backline, cleaning up the team fights, coming around for those collateral damages. Saintu had a very important game.
He did, and that means GG to Split Raiders, GG to Saintu there with a pretty good performance. But credit again to Lion's Creed, who may have fallen down 0-2 today, but looked pretty competitive in a lot of those fights. Weren't just rolling over. There were some plays. We need to see a step up in the fundamentals, but there was at least some signs of life.
It's the glimpses of greatness, right? Just those flashes of something inventive, something inspiring, right?
Yeah.
Something we're like, wow, okay, they really problem solved their way out of that. Like when we had the turnaround, when Electric God's going hyper aggressive, Lone Wolf being around to clear up some things. They're just not having enough of these to link together into a coherent passage of play to lead themselves into game-changing objectives, which can then seal themselves a lead and then the game from that.
Well, that will be, I think, all from us. I believe they're going to be ready for the interview fairly soon. We'll probably throw over that in a moment or two. But for now, any kind of closing thoughts on what we've seen for the day?
Well, it's been an introduction to SQ1 for us.
It has.
It has been. It's been fun. I've enjoyed playing this. I've enjoyed casting these teams. I cast the Glorious Gaming one time before. They've been, involved that org a little bit before. And they're a nice bunch of people. I love seeing these players trying to make these crazy plays, taking the aggressive route out, trying to, get a random hero's entrance out of a team fight, even if it's in a losing team fight. I love seeing that creativity because, when people play too close to their chest, play their cards too close there, it's nice to have that break from that and just see people just throw caution to the wind and go for these big plays.
It was kind of nice to see this sort of mid-table clash throughout the day as well. Kind of work out where these teams really stand, where they match up, especially in that kind of mid-range where it was so close. Maybe we got a few answers today.
Maybe we did. I think as we are speaking about that, I think we are ready to throw ourselves over into that interview. So thank you very much for sitting by, watching us and watching the SQ1 and hearing us cast those teams. It's been very nice to debut ourselves here, and we'll see you next time.
Yo.
Welcome to the last interview of the day. We have Bonakai from Split Raiders with us here. And you were showing some bot lane kingdom down in that game.
Yeah, it was kind of... It was spicy. It was spicy, to be honest. that level 1 especially. It was like the lane would be painful pre-6 and post-6 we would win, but the ADC decided to just go in, both zip on level 1, and that's what happened.
Yeah, that's usually a bit of a more passive lane duo, Sivir and Lulu. But how do you feel about that duo? Is it like straight up just an answer for Varus, or is it just some hidden OP duo lane at the moment?
I mean, Sivir is, in my opinion, kind of bad state now, but she can play into Varus since she can just clear and not get poked so much because of her spell shield, and always just there to transition Sivir's 3-item power spike in the mid game, so she can actually do something. Since crit ADCs at the moment are kind of meh. Besides Aphelios is just straight up fucking broken.
Yeah, even after the nerfs, I think the champion is still quite playable. Well, I wanted to ask you about Flamey and his Vladimir pick. Like we have seen some Vladimir abusers in this league before, but just a few hours ago, Flamey said that he's not a Vladimir one trick, but now he picks it again. Like, what's happening?
I mean, we kind of wanted to flex Vlad top, but since they picked Poppy, we flexed Trundle top and got Graves, so Vlad was kind of there for the top lane, but it went mid lane.
Yeah, I guess we're just waiting for teams to learn to ban that champion away. But I guess you just abuse it for free, yellow.
I mean, to be fair, he's not playing it that much in the solo queue. He's more like Orianna player in solo queue, but here he likes Vladimir a lot. So if he gets Vlad, he gets Vlad. It's whatever for him. He's a fucking beast on Vlad.
Yeah,
we won't complain if he gets Vlad and banned. So that's kind of it.
Yeah. And with this win, you are 4-2 in this league right now, safely on the top 4 side of the bracket. Like, is this a disappointing start for you guys? Like, you won the last split, and now you have already dropped 2 games.
Now we are coin flipping it all the way. Like, legit, last season we coin flipped it. This season it's gonna be the same.
Okay. Well, was the playoffs coin flip as well?
Yes. 100%. Like, legit, if someone pops off, it's like, yeah, go, let's go. He popped off, we can win. And if we lose, we just kind of fuck around and laugh. Since we are getting one-shotted all the time. It's kind of like, there is no tilt, which I like. Even if we lose, like, last season we got stomped in the finals, I think, in like 20 minutes or something. That game was fucking hilarious.
Yeah, and I mean, good luck for you guys. Keep that coin flip going. I guess I'm not gonna vote for you guys that much in the predictions anymore after hearing that one. So if there is any more predictions coming up, like, just be careful of this coin flip team. But thank you for being here, Bonakai.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
That is going to be the end of today's games, but don't worry, guys. We have more league content coming tomorrow, same time, 2 CEST, and we will see you then.